Hello, how we doing? Satisfactory, we're back. So today we're going to be continuing the build that I was doing in the previous video, or previous stream. I actually forgot how complicated it was. The reason I'm not late today really, but I pushed the stream back 30 minutes from its normal time, I guess, so I could work out the milestone document and just like lay it all out. So I'm not doing it on stream, taking forever, getting distracted, going back and forth. So hopefully we're able to just get straight into it and make some progress straight off the bat. Or hope to do. The first thing should be exciting, getting fuel up and running, because we have a huge amount that we're not using in any fuel generators. Oh, I just realized I can't see my chat. I can in the screen below me, in the preview. Oh no. I might try and kill the stream really quick and then turn it back on. I'm in my recording setup, so I actually don't have all the windows that I normally have. That's such a silly thing for me to do. Bear with me just 1 second. I think it'll just start right back up, no problem. Hopefully we're right back. No issues, I hope. That'll probably mess with things, but oh well. Now I can see you guys anyway. Your Shape C2 playthrough kept me up way too late last night. Nice. Yeah, it kept me up really long as well. I actually had a different style of video originally planned for it, and then changed it kind of last minute. I was initially going to play like, and I did, played like 10 hours, and then I was just going to talk over it. Like I was going to edit it down and talk over it, because I thought, I don't know, I just thought that might be better. But then I was like, no, I think I should just go through it and then just cut and speed up bits. Anyway. Boring kind of behind the scenes there, but but I was really happy with the video in the end. I think it's a really good game, surprisingly good game, based on, because people had asked me to play it before, and I was like, I don't know, you know, like it just looks a bit too abstract. That's literally what I said. It's quite abstract, like you're just making shapes for the sake of it. But I didn't know how good it is, because there's also such an quite an interesting thing about it. Just let me to go on one little diatribe here for just 1 second. Or tangent. The shape, so if you haven't played Shapes Z, or Shapes 2, I just did a video on it. It was sponsored, but I genuinely really like the game. I don't have to talk about it here, and I want to. And you don't have to check out the video or anything, it's fine. But the interesting thing about that game is everything you can just build is like instant. You don't have to pay anything to build anything. It's like almost playing a creative mode. But it's also really interesting in that what you do at the beginning can affect the end of your chain. That doesn't really happen in this game, for instance, or other factory games. You're normally adding things onto chains at the end. It's like, oh, now I have to take this and do something else with it. In that game, though, it's more foundational. It's like, well, actually, if I make a change here at the beginning, the recipe will alter later on. And there are no recipes. You're making all the recipes yourself. There's just things it wants, and you have to figure out how to do it. Unlike this game, or other factory games as well, where it's just an interesting spin. Like it's actually quite a deep thing, game design-wise, to have figured out, I think. So I was just impressed by it overall. It's like I never would have thought of making a factory game where you don't have a recipe. That's just kind of interesting. You know, it's like a machine that makes a thing. I don't think I ever would have thought that outside the box. Maybe other games do, but yeah, just to say like, oh, actually, you just have a component and you break it up into other components and you merge them and splice them and color them and do all the stuff. And that's how you make your things. It's like, it's interesting. And then to remove all the barriers to doing that, just make it as easy to build as possible. It's more just figuring out how to get the thing made rather than, oh, I'm running around, I ran out of power, I'm fighting enemies or anything. It's just like, no, like you're just going to figure out, like solve these puzzles. Anyways. So I recommend checking out that video or just checking out the game. It's actually on sale for a week, and it's quite cheap. I think it's like $15. It's £15. It might be $20. I recommend it. I didn't think I'd like it. If it wasn't for the overwhelmingly positive reviews, I would have been very skeptical to accept a sponsor for that game, because I get a lot of sponsor offers, and I'm always like, well, I want to like the game primarily, and make sure it's like a good fit for audience and stuff. So once I saw it was like, okay, there's like 8,000 reviews, they're all overwhelmingly positive. First game had big success. I was like, sure, I'll give it a shot. And then when I played it, I was like, oh yeah, definitely. So yeah, anyway. And good morning, hello. Right, so I'll catch people up on what we're doing today. I'll outline a new to-do list, because I actually went into Milanote just before the stream and outlined what we kind of have to make here. So if you remember, we'll kind of walk through just what this place is doing now too. In fact, we could do both because it's in the same document basically. Have a look. Hello, hello, hello. 53 hours in it, it's very fun. Yeah, people have told me it gets into like kind of coding later on. I didn't make it that far. Frankly, I won't have time for it, but it would be tempting to do as like some sort of stream or video at some point. Maybe when it comes out of early access. Boom. This is our Milo note document. This is what we're doing in the world at the moment. So some of it's not made yet. And I don't know if I got my numbers wrong. I just wrote it down on, excuse me, paper before, and it took me quite a while to work back, like, what was I planning here? But I think I've got it. So, the idea was to make lots of AI limiters, right? So this is the number of the output. Sorry, I'll zoom in a bit. Might be a bit hard to see. This is the number of the output, 156, everything's per minute, right? That's the amount of machines, obviously, we need, and the icons are what it's doing. So, what we've done so far, what's actually finished, would be the oil extraction, the refineries for plastic, and the diluted fuel plus... Sorry, the heavy oil residue plus the water to make diluted fuel, and we're here. So we don't have any of the top part of the graph yet, this bit, and we don't have that. So we've only just done this. But that was probably the most complicated bit. Now that I've also laid it out, I know even how many belts we need, so it should be a bit quicker and easier, although it'll take time. We have to build blueprints and do all that. Now, the good thing is, in building all this, our power really ramped up. We're actually really close to the power line. So it was thanks to people in the chat, you guys, that gave me the incentive to make the diluted fuel. So we should be able to build 26.52 generators out of this. We've got 4 pipelines. Yeah, we've got 4 pipelines. So, you know, maybe we'll try to make it divisible of 4. Maybe like 28 generators or something like that. And see how many we can then feed. Or not see how many, it's divided up more equally without having to think about moving fuel around. It'd be nice if it just went into the ones it needs to. So yeah, that's what we're going to do first. So I'll just move this to the side and we'll do our to-do list. So we've done oil to plastic. We've done diluted fuel. Get rid of the first 2. And now we can start with new stuff. So the next thing is going to be fuel generators for power. After that, we'll do, I guess it'll be Quickwire. Starting up the Quickwire production, which can take a while. We're going to need to do a bunch of things for that. It's like a lot of Quickwire. It's 4,000 something per minute. The problem with this would be that initially, the idea was that, okay, we need a lot of AI limiters. That's cool, 156. We're going to get 546 circuit boards per minute. The idea was to use some of them in high-speed connectors. The only issue, quote, issue there would be we need Quickwire for the high-speed connectors, and the numbers that I did out before, which are these, on paper, actually consume all of the Quickwire. So it's like, okay, we need to branch off maybe one of these belts. So to show what this is doing, this is 4680, which will be divided equally between 6 belts. So 6 belts of 780. Half of them, so 3 of them will combine back up or whatever. We'll take 3 of the 6 to make the AI limiters, and we'll take the other 3 to make the circuit boards. We could sacrifice, we'll get to this a bit later, I guess. We could sacrifice one of the 780 lanes and keep that, keep whatever amount of Quickwire there, right, 780, and instead send that up into high-speed connectors, which require either cable or silica. So it would be Quickwire, cable or silica, and then circuit boards. So we'll be making less circuit boards, but at least we wouldn't have to go tap another caterium node, because this uses a caterium node fully. At least what we can do fully. In the future, I guess not. If we get Mark 6, then you could get more out of it. But yeah, anyway, just thought I would mention all that. We'll talk through it a bit later, but what we've got right now in front of us is several oil refineries. Well, we've got oil extractors and then an oil refinery. Here, 66.3, or the equivalent of, we have slightly more than that, but underclocked. That's giving us 1,326 plastic with a byproduct of diluted fuel that goes into the blenders, mixes with the equal parts, or double the amount of water, and that gives us the same amount of fuel out as the water in. So yeah, so that's where we're at. So yeah, Hopefully everyone's able to track that. Keep up. Cool. I have to study for my midterm, so I'll catch up later. Hey, May, thanks very much, and good luck. And you're doing the right thing. You should always prioritize studying. But don't get burnt out. It's good to take breaks. I think a lot of people say you should just sit in your room for like 8 hours or whatever. It's like, no, you should probably do an hour and then take a break, go for a walk, do something else. Activate your mind in another way, because you will think about those things in the background. And then it makes it more approachable, I feel. Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about this. I didn't study very much when I was in school. And hey, Philly. Alrighty. Alright, let's get to it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, fuel generators is next. Alright, fuel generators. So periodically, I think every 15 minutes we have to empty out those containers. Maybe to make life go a little easier, so I don't have to empty them out quite as quickly, we'll just add another one on to each one of these. 15 minutes is a bit short. Found that... I thought it would be loads, but that time just gets destroyed, it seems. So these are just temporary. We won't have these buffers in the future. These will just go straight into the fuel generators, and we'll decide where they're going to go in just a moment. And then I'll just make sure I have all the components for that. There we go. It's a bit better. But yeah, I'm actually... I don't know. I haven't played the game in a little while. Feeling really good. This should be a good stream. Hope so, anyway. Just finished Nier Automata last night. I'd finished it a while back, but I got the got me 100%o in it, so I always feel good about that. Is it gonna work out? No, it's the wrong way. Done this in a bit of a weird way. But I've decided that I'm just gonna take a break from playing games at the moment, like other than work games or games for content, because I still haven't got my Satisfactory series going yet, so I really want to get doing that. So I was like, oh, where's all my time going? And then I realized, oh, Nier Automata said I spent 55 hours on it. And I think I only started it like less than 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, okay, that's actually a lot of time. Maybe we could trim some of that down. Damn Kara with the gifted subs. Always with the gifted subs. Thank you. Do appreciate it. 5 gifted to Skrillison, Brayer, Andrew Pierce, Nicholas, and Patrick Weaver. Thanks, Dam. Alright, that should buy us a little bit more time with the fuel just building up there in the background. And it'd be nice just to check the power lines. We're not getting any power yet, extra from here, but is it stable? Looks stable, looks all good. I did notice when I load in sometimes the production line will dip and come back up. Might be some rounding errors or something that get corrected, and then it stays stable the whole time, but I have noticed that. Okay, so I don't know why I'm taking out a pen. We have it all on Mila Note. So we need 26.52 fuel generators. $26.52. I think the better thing to do would be to work out, so we make 1326 fuel. 1326 divided by 4. So each group is doing that. I should see how many generators that supports. I think we said that they consume 50, so 331.5 divided by 50 would be 6.63 generators. Maybe for symmetry purposes, we could do 8. Yeah. Kind of more than we need, but we could do 8. We could do 7, I suppose. 6.63. Alright. So the question is, where do they go? Do we build a floor over this one? I think so. I think just go straight on top of this. Instead of going out super long into the water, we need... Well, not that we... There's lots of water. But ideally, we'll build some of our extra stuff that uses water out there. I think we just go up and over this place. I think that's the play. And I did say that this would be the height of the floor. That was a while back. So let's just do that. We'll build up to that height. We'll pave it out. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, because it's going to use a 2-meter foundation, right? Good. I was thinking Darren screwed me over there. But no, it's all good. Sam Kara. Damn Kara. Damn autocorrect. Alright, so yeah, can we get a blueprinted floor, please, or something? Is this one? No? Just make one real quick. 2-layered foundation. Actually, 2-layered foundations? Yeah, I guess so for the floor up here. I was thinking, actually, I might play the Shapes soundtrack don't know if they'd care if I did that or not, but I don't think it's copyright or anything. It'd be nice just to break up the music of this game. Now we're making so much more concrete. This is gonna play nicely. And then we'll sit up high and have a look at how much can we reasonably... How many of these generators can we fit into this area? Alright, there we go. We're empty, but should fill up soon enough. Can't remember what we said our depot should be doing. Could be fun to kind of just go over there and see is it all working as it should be. 205, 212. It is going in batches of 8, is it? Batches of 7. Yeah, okay. Might get rid of some stuff I don't need as well, and maybe we could just go over there, have a look if everything is working okay, and maybe just pick up some extra concrete too while we're at it. And then, yeah, we'll check how many generators. So that's 8 times 4 for generators. So we have to see if we have everything we need for them. I mean, that stuff will just fill up on its own, so I'm not too worried about that. Down is, you know, we're not going to be slamming them down super quick, so that should be okay. Alright, yep, let's just do that then. We'll go have a little joyride, and we'll go see what's going on. If my vehicle is out here, I don't know. Just down here at the concrete production, see how it's all going. Can you show your depot in the MAM? I'm not sure what you mean. Can I show my depot in the MAM? Do you mean can I show what my upload speed is and stuff like that? So at the moment, I'm here, so I can do 4 stacks, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 stacks in total. So 2,000 concrete is what I can store. And our speed is just 30 per minute, but we've got multiple of them, so... Yeah, so it's 30 per minute, but I can't quite remember how many I hooked up, so I was thinking maybe there's 7 containers that are hooked up there right now. 7 depots. And that would be doing 30 times 7, you know? How am I doing? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking, Herlanga. Upload after 2 months? Yeah, that was... So, the Shape Z sponsorship is the first video I've done in like 2 months as a video. I've been working on doing... Hey, that shouldn't be happening, should it? Some of it just going into... Oh, no, yeah, that happens. Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, the Shape Z video is the first video I've done in a little while, but originally when I agreed to do it, it was over a month ago, and I thought that my Satisfactory series would be out by then, and I actually told him, I said like, hey, I think your video would probably do better if I got my Satisfactory video out first, but they were just like, no, we just want to get it out, so it's cool either way. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I had intended on doing other videos before this, and I had never intended on going 2 months without one. I'm just really busy and really slow. I don't know why I'm being so slow lately. I'm trying not to be, because I do work a lot. It's just that I find it hard to... I've been trying to do a Satisfactory series in a certain way, and it's not really coming together that way, so I've just thrown that out. I know it sounds weird. It's like, oh, just sit down and play the game. I've been trying to do something different to make it better, and while... one version of it seemed to be good, I just don't think it's sustainable to do in that format, because it's like, oh, this would take way too long to edit and just way too much upfront time, which the videos might be great, but no one wants to wait a month between videos or 2 weeks between videos. So it's like I'm trying to find a balance where it's like, okay, I can definitely upload at least 1 a week. I mean, I'd like to do multiple, but the quality isn't trash. Like, I want it to be always doing something good is happening, interesting, skipping over bits that are boring, that kind of thing. Anyways, so I'm just trying to figure that out. I'm still also trying to decide if I'm going to do like a mega base or not. So yeah, there's just a few things that are up in the air about it. Anyways, because of that, it ended up, that sponsor ended up just coming up before anything else had actually hit the channel. So I was a bit apprehensive of just doing a sponsored video as the first video back in a while. Not that anybody really tracks my channel that way, but I do. So I thought it was kind of weird doing it in that order, but oh well. Are these all working the way they should? I can't remember. We've got 10 of these, I think, right? 80 per minute? So is it 800 per minute? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it is 10, so it's 800 per minute. That's why we've got 2 separate lines. They make 800 concrete per minute, and we upload 6 containers, so 30 per minute times 6. So we do 180 per minute concrete uploaded. It's the best I can do for now, till I improve that speed. To improve that speed right now, I'd need to remove some of those containers, which would actually slow the overall rate. Because I'd have to remove more than 3. Yep. Anyways. Sometimes it's not necessary to invent hot water. Is that like saying it's not necessary to reinvent the wheel? Why 6 depots just for concrete? Because I just ran out of concrete just now, so that's why. Because you need a lot of it. This is a satellite concrete factory. I guess all my factories are satellites. If they're all disconnected, so... It's just a concrete factory. That's just on its own, just like other places are. If I get rid of the resources here, it kind of clears up the map a bit more. Oh, actually I never put an icon down there for it. So... Here, isn't it? I'll just say concrete factory. These on near or medium? They're on near. Yeah, so, you know, all my factories would be, quote, satellites, like my biofuel and my turbo fuel is out here, and what might be more traditional satellites are the little places that just pick up one thing and a train maybe brings it somewhere else. Like these are what I call extraction sites. So anything with the little worker symbol, it's like, oh, there's just a resource here, we just get it and we bring it somewhere, typically. Yeah, I think you're, in some ways, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. I see what you're saying, Rajboss. The reason that I'm bogged down in thinking about changing it is because the previous style of series that I did, it just lost a ton of viewership over time. So it's like, oh, I need to do something different then. If I want it to be able to last longer or not be worried about it always trending downwards, because there's a problem, right, that I have. This game gets more and more complicated the further it goes. So let's say the complication curve is going like up, but the viewership curve for me goes down. So the time invested into each video has to be more and more, but the return on investment is less and less. And that's a real issue for me. So I'm trying to think of like, oh, how can I do, quote, a sort of series or just a series of videos in Satisfactory that people like, you know, they like the style of how I've done them before, but they don't take forever. And also, they don't lose people over time. You know, you're always going to lose a few, it's fine, but dramatically. So that's why, you know, I wouldn't be sitting there thinking about it if it wasn't a problem already. So if I didn't reinvent the wheels would fall off. Hey, Jamichael. I was going to say Jamie Callaghan. Michael. If you need 3 Mercers to upgrade it, then it would be more efficient. No, you need way more than 3, that's the problem. So if I want to get this, I need 7, right? That will get me to 60 per minute. So at the moment I don't have 7 spheres, so I'd have to remove some of the containers I have. Now when I've got more than 7, then I can just upgrade it and everything just gets better. Or if I've got 4, then I could remove 3 of those containers and my upload speed would stay the same. So yeah, I see what you're saying, but it's been done that way on purpose because I don't have the spheres. I mean, I could just run out and get some, I guess, but everything takes time in the game. Alright, anyways, right, let's just keep paving out this floor. That's what we were doing. I don't know if I can actually really fly up here too much. Now, we're going to put generators up here. I'm not sure how big this area needs to be, but we'll try to be kind of quick with it. I'll paint it from the sky, and then we can kind of lay out. I think a generator is 2.5 foundations. That should give us an idea of how far we can go, how much they'll take up. It does mean that, yeah, we'll have to bring up the fuel through pumps probably at some point, quite high up. But I didn't want to just keep going further and further out into the ocean. I think it's more interesting building tall. Alright, let's check that. See how that looks. So the center point is here. And does it travel right down the... Oh yeah. Center is actually in the middle of 2 foundations. Okay. These 2. It's just for me to see later. So each line needs 8 generators, and we have... Yeah, okay, so we'll work from the back first. Build out 8. Stack 8 on top of each other. So somewhere here, this will come straight up, because we don't want it going over that way. That's fine, they'll go into the center eventually. Alright, so we'll start from here. Fuel, Jenny. 32 in total. I'll give it some space, maybe we'll start something like there. And it's 2.5 foundations, so we can go into the center and start there. So maybe blocks of 4 actually. We got 4 here and then another 4 behind it. That could look kind of good. Alright, that'll be the 8 that we need. So the number was, I think, 331.5 divided by 50 intake, 6.63. That's how many fuel generators we need. Times... What does each one do? It's like 625 out or something, I think. I'm just trying to work out what I need to clock them to. So this is how many we need. We need 6, but I've got 8. Need their output to know. I think it's 625. Divided by 8. Each one we want to make 517.96. That's such a weird specific number, but fair enough. But I can't do that until we plug fuel in. Also, these are starting to back up now. I really don't want that, so let's just drain. Yeah, the spheres are super valuable. You should get them. I've got like I've got a bunch, right? We've got a load of depots doing things, which is brilliant. But just don't have enough to quite invest the time into the upgrades and like building depots. I'm pretty happy with them, and generally it's not really an issue. We've never really had to spend too much time running for anything, running for resources. Sometimes we do. Not too bad. Did I reset those ones? Yeah, I think so. Alright, cool. Hi Darren, how's your day been? Yeah, pretty good. Although not much has happened, to be quite honest. But I'm in a good mood, feeling good. Oh, to be able to zoop blueprints. There are mods that let you zoop wider in more directions. I wouldn't necessarily really... it's not a feat. It's not on my top 10 list of things I'd want in the game anyway, that's for sure. But I can see how it would be kind of nice. Start there. Where are we starting on the other side? We'll be in the middle of the foundation. Just to make things a little easier for me. But it will take up more space this way. I'll probably move this out to there. And that way they kind of... they mirror each other on the other side. Like, in terms of distance to the center of a foundation, so... makes life just a little easier for me. So we're going to build this over multiple times. This is 1 out of 4. Look these up. I guess I should get in the habit of making a blueprint with these. With their fuel lines hooked in already. So we need that number to be 517. So I now need to. This will actually tell me, was that 60? It is 625. Okay, cool. So 625. So 517 is out of 625 times 100. So it's 82.875 is what we need. That's it. Nope. Oh, yeah. Okay, then. We'll just do it the other way around. 517.96875. That's the number. Okay. Bit of a waste of a power shard, but I decided to build more of these than we needed, so it kind of makes sense. So no, you can't copy and paste these ones, so you just have to do it multiple times over. Oh my god. Alright, 1, 2, 3. I hope that'll be right as well. Cool. You can build the blueprint with power shards in it. Oh yeah, good point. We'll do that. Because yeah, I can't copy and paste those, so brilliant. Good idea. I was just saying that as well. I was like, oh, I should make a blueprint for this, but I didn't clock that. So anyway, yeah, fuel's gonna come up here somewhere. Travel along here and go into both these areas. And we'll kind of copy that on the other side. So I'll just do this one manually, and then we can blueprint the other ones. Alright. And they're taking in more than 300 fuel. Yep. It's like 330 or something, I think. Two more generators and save 6 shards. We've got so many shards now, it's not really a problem. It would have been in before update 1.0, but I've got like 400 shards or something. It's just, I don't need them. It's fine. You're right to think that way though, but yeah, I just can't be bothered. I want to see if I can fit in this area, I guess. Or I just don't feel like it, I suppose. Alright, could loop it around the back actually as well. Just trying to think where this should come up. It could come up right here. That in the center point. Maybe I'll make it come up right there. These are 2 single foundations, so the floor hole needs to be bigger. Try that. And then this would be a junction. I'll just hook these up, I suppose, so that we can just start feeding at least one group up here right now. So their things are at the back. And are they center aligned? Nope. Not again with the itchy nose. Alright, this will allow them to run. They're not fully connected up to the network yet, but be alright. You can fit 4 generators in the Mark II? Can you really? Wow, I didn't think that. I thought maybe in like the Mark III, yeah, but 4? Oh yeah, I suppose they're only 2.5 foundations across. Yeah, you're right. Hey, Sharp. Oh yeah, and then back to back, I guess. Yeah, it's good. That's really good. Darren, you caved in and removed some mods from the Anno series. They made the game too hard. I removed one. I don't know. Is it because it's too hard? So it's difficult to explain. It's like not that I'm yeah, I'll turn down difficulties if that's a problem. It's not necessarily about the difficulty of it. It's the what I would describe as the incompatibility of it. So we have one mod from a guy called Jacob that adds pescatarians and workforce, and he adds his own recipes and ideas of what he wants them to use, right? Like linseed and hemp and all this stuff, all these farming things. And that mod's also built with the idea that you're supposed to use this other farming mod where you can build modules across roads and stuff, which I don't actually even have active. Anyways, that's like his mod. Then the mod that I removed was a different mod that changes how farms work. So I would argue that that one doesn't really work that well with his one. It's like one person is asking to increase the amount of farms that you're building, and the other person is making a mod that makes farming way more punishing. And it's like, okay, is it too difficult? Well, it's not about the difficulty. The way you improve your farms through that guy's mod is you have to get a specific item to do so. You have to. Like, the tractors that you put on these farms don't really do anything. I mean, they do double the yield. They're supposed to quadruple it, but you can only increase the yield further if you then increase the clock speed of the building or the production cycle of the building, and the only way of doing that is finding an item that was added to the game for that purpose. So every set of farms and tractors that you build has to have this trade union with these items in it. I'm like, that's just boring though. That means every farm has to be built the exact same. So I didn't want to do that. So I wouldn't even say it's any more difficult, because I'll be doing this anyway. I'll be getting items and putting them into farms, but I'll be using a variety, not just the same ones over and over. So it just, to me, seemed like the two didn't really work well together and would make building farms a lot less interesting for the viewer. I have to wait to get these items, and then when I do get them, it's like the same thing over and over. So that's my understanding of it, and that's why I ultimately decided, yeah, this isn't really going to work this way. Oh, I should do, one. Alright, there's our pump. Might keep that just there for a moment so I know how high I build these. Just to make them all look the same. Be kind of nice. Alright, that should turn these on, I think. They're on their own network right now. We'll wait till they're running at 100%, then add it to our main network. Not that there's any reason for that, but just what I want to do. These can be turned off if you want to let them just get their fuel, right? Yeah. We'll just let them burn, and if they're not filling up properly, we'll just do that then. Okay, yeah, so let me make that blueprint then. We'll just throw these in, and then I can just duplicate this on the opposite side. They are next to each other, so a blueprint with just 2 of them in would be good. Because I spaced them out at the back, so they won't actually all fit the way I've done it. So we'll just tuck them into the corner. This will prevent me having to set their speed for each one. Do it for these 2, and then that'll be it. Great tip, because I totally forgot that. Alright. Now. I suppose I could have maybe laid it out in there a bit better, but let's just see. So from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's going to be the distance. And did I do anything different to that pipeline down there? I did give it chrome junctions, might be nice, or some sort of different junction. Do that for this then as well. And I suppose we could paint these. They are just fuel generators, so I just go with the standard color, really. That's whatever. The power lines will do quickly. I always say that, but it's fine. Okay, I'm not going to move it over now. So, 2 fuel generators. Sure. Leave it as is. Maybe set this to the fix-it orange that we're using. Hello, did I miss anything? Not much. We just built our first 8 generators to be supplied from some of our fuel that's coming down here. Just going to reset these one more time. So basically, we have... I'll go through it again, but we've got diluted fuel, 1,300 or thereabouts. We can support 32 generators when we underclock them just slightly. I think it's about 26 generators, really. So that's going to be added to our power network in a moment. I'll get rid of all these fluid buffers. They're not needed. And we're just doing out the basic four versions of this. So basically just doing fuel generators right now. So we've done 1, but now we're going to blueprint these ones to make them go just a little bit quicker. These ones, for instance, and they should be in line with them. Not that they connect across or anything, but it's just symmetry, I guess. Cool. Then we just do the ones at the back. So yeah, much quicker. Shout out whoever did tell me that. Sorry, I forgot the username. Was it Rene? It might have been Rene. Alrighty. 1, 2. Bring this across. Is the distance really big on this one compared to that one? Hang on. Yeah, I feel like I went this far before. Oh yeah, that's too far out. Okay. There we go. Alright, just connect these together. We'll do their power lines and then GG. For the second group, there's 4 in total. Darren, did you ever get a chance to watch that Game Lab video? Yeah, did I not reply? I thought I replied, actually, after I watched it. Yeah, super impressive. I just don't know how they do anything. There is also some really cool stuff I saw on Reddit just recently. The guy made, like, these interesting circular buildings. But yeah, the Game Lab... People should go check out Game Lab. It's like a Korean Satisfactory channel. They only post every couple of months because they do these insanely big projects. But it's just, like, really impressive stuff. And they just did their first video for update 1.0. And they almost made, like, a little machinima style thing, too. Like little cutscenes and stuff. It was really cool. Oh, those two didn't connect at all. Damn, again? You think aiming there? Wait, I must have aimed right at the ground. Okay. Alright, there you go. Okay, let's send them their fuel. So we're going to go with the middle point here again. Get rid of these two, these two. Six. Pop a junction in the middle. Alright, so just so I get the general height of this. in line with the top of the second wall. Cool. In line with the top of the second wall. Okay, hopefully that works alright. Should see these turn on in a moment as well. Then we need to connect their power lines across. So we're going to be filling up on fuel for a while. Anyway, maybe a blueprint of 4 generators will be easier. It would be easier, yeah, but I've chosen to space these out so that I can line things up in my head a bit easier. But definitely, just compressing 4 into one blueprint and putting them down would be a little bit quicker. That being said, you wouldn't be able to do any of their junctions in the same blueprint, though. You'd have to do that in a separate one, so. But that would still be faster, though. Hey, Logos. Right. Now we need to work from the other side, just to make sure that it's lined up correctly here. No need to rush. What are you guys talking about? Slow is fast, fast is slow. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Your Anna series was getting out of hand. Something needed to change. Yeah, it just seemed like I couldn't keep track of anything. Right, so we'll flush these. And I guess we'll work on this side. Trying to think where it should begin. So at the end of the blue, you know, while I really do like the hover pack, it just feels slow to me. I can just move faster with this thing. Just can't stabilize as well. What I wanted to see was, if that's the blender, that's the edge of the foundation, then it's a full foundation. It's like almost 2 foundations over, okay? This is the end. That's one, this one. So this is the one where it needs to actually, the pipe will actually go up. Now the pipe will go up here, I believe. Making sure. Then I need to gauge from the other side how far is it to get in. Come on. Speed. So I gave myself 2 foundations. So 1 and then 2 again. Okay. Somewhere like here. And that's aligned now. Alright, so there's 1. Let me do another one here, but we just have to push it out just until this lines up. It's 2. They aligned with each other? Nope. Apparently not. They looked like they were. There. Alright. Next one. Next one, and I'll just do the other ones while we're up here. Oh, do I have the material? We're waiting on the uploader to maybe finish them. Oh, no, we're not. I should have enough now, actually. Oh, but obviously I just made a big mistake. Supposed to be in the middle. I know I'm not getting the, you know, the sideways line. It's just showing me the one back to back. It's not showing me that it's in line with there, but I'm sure it is. It looks like it is. Anyway. It's just as disgusting of taking your time. Do people feel like I'm not taking my time? Or did I say something about speeding up? No? Alright, cool. And then another one. That should be it. Oh, we're just a little low. We need a bit more rubber. Alright, we'll just wait for that. Cool. Alright, let's hook this one up then. Let's focus on this side. Alright, so we haven't given these ones power just yet, but this is going to turn to here. Oh, unless people meant take my time with the series. Anyway, whatever. I don't know if that's quite right. We'll see. This is supposed to come down and go out to there, and then it should connect into that bit, but I can't remember on the other side. It doesn't really matter too much, but I think it was something like this, because it gave it a nice... Yeah, so it must be even just a little bit further forward than that. Or this is further back. That's the... Yeah, so that would be the middle, so it obviously can't go there. So 1, 2, I think that's where it was, no? Horizontal to vertical, it can't do that. There we go. Yeah, so I feel like it's like that. Alright, anyways, and then wall, we know it goes to the height of 2. Somewhere like there. I do believe that was the overall impression was to take the time for the series. Yeah, if it's a series, I get you. Yeah, totally. I've taken a lot of time though, but certainly soon now it's going to be coming. So I'm finished my Frostpunk Let's Play, so I've freed up a bit of time. I just mentioned earlier I'm not going to play as much PlayStation because I think it's been eating into my time a lot. Which is somewhat funny, but yeah, so hopefully I've just got a bit more time now to also just focus on just getting it done. It's the first one that always takes the longest, at least for me in any series, because I'm trying to like nail the format and like nail the first episode. I feel like it needs to be really, really good, and then after that, it's kind of like now we just try to hit one every week, kind of thing. Alrighty, so they need their power again, somewhere in the middle. Do they receive liquid? Oh, they do, even while they're not powered. Oh, that's good. I should have left them then on the other side, actually, before doing that. Alright, nice. And we'll just connect that line now down to that one. So we're up to 11,913 megawatts of power. Good. One last row to go. And then we'll just double check everything, make sure it's all perfectly balanced, of course. This floating? Nope. Any teasers for the format and methodology you've chosen? No, because I haven't, like I said, I've just been trying to work that out still. I still don't know if I'm going to do, all I know is I'm pretty sure I'm going to start in the desert. That's where I've been looking around and planning things out. Pretty sure we're going to start in the desert. Leaning towards trying to build, generally speaking... Oh, that's raised. Like one factory. Like not one factory necessarily, but one big complex. I'll show you what's kind of inspired me on Reddit. And I'm like, oh, I'd kind of like to do that. And I also kind of want to go for the style that Coffee Stain do in their videos in terms of how their builds look. Not to copy them, but just that kind of mixture of outdoors and indoors, because they just use all the base components. They don't really play around too much in their trailers with like making circles or really crazy angles, and it just still looks really good. So it's like, yeah, trying to achieve a style that would just use the base game's components, not do any messing about, spending too long doing anything, but like it all just kind of comes together and it looks good. That'd be nice to be able to achieve something like that. But other than that, I don't know. There's no other planning. All I'm trying to do is plan those first couple episodes. How much can I, for instance, it's really just all about the format. I haven't really planned ahead like, oh, what am I going to do? Am I going to do nuclear or anything? It's nothing like that. It's more just at the very beginning. How much can I do anything like floor plans? How much will be already pre-made? Where should I cut the video, like in the edit and things? That was the thing that I wasn't happy with the series I did. There was a lot of editing. I was like, it's just too much. I know that I won't be able to keep up a schedule with this. Where I was like, oh, the video is good, I think, but it just won't last. It'll be like, I know when the builds start getting bigger, it'll be like 3 weeks before the next video or something. I'm like, that's just too much. For my channel anyway. If I had much higher views, then you could take longer and longer time away. Potentially. Before I get too crazy with that, I think we're going out the other direction, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah, if I had anything to tease with, I would. That's it. Alrighty, so we're up to here now. Let's just get rid of that. Can Mark II pipes take 600 fluid? I'm struggling with this so bad. Yes. Don't believe anyone that tells you they can't. The best way... I'm kind of sick and tired of mentioning this. Not that it's anyone's fault for asking or even wondering, but I don't want to be too repetitive because I mention it almost every stream, like how to do fluids and how to do liquids. Because people struggle with it so much, understandably so. It's a finicky system, it doesn't explain itself well, and I've only learned it over time. And you, not to throw shade at other YouTubers, but a lot of people tell you things that isn't true, or doesn't seem to be true about it. So just very quickly, I'll just take you over to my existing refineries and tell you what you need to do to test your system, right? You're the best. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. So let's just have a look at a refinery. This isn't going to be the greatest example because it's not running at the full 600 pipeline like you said. Although we've done builds that are. It's just Trust me when I say this is what you need to do. Right, so let's say you build a refinery and you've got a load of them. Most people running into fluid problems are probably building coal generators for the first time, but let's just assume it's a refinery, just for ease. It's the same either way, mostly. But we'll do a refinery for now, or any other machine. Generators and machines are actually slightly different. Let's just assume it's a machine for now. Let's say you've worked out your numbers, and they're consuming 10 per minute. A refinery is consuming 10 per minute. So you know that you can have 60. Yeah, 60 refineries in a line. You can build a straight pipeline, just like this, with all little bits branching off, and every machine needs to fill to 10, or it needs to take in 10. Now, if you just turn that on like it was a regular machine, you might think, as a manifold, if it was a belt doing 600 per minute, and these are taking 10 items per minute, well, eventually, over time, it'll trickle its way down and be sending little bits in over time, right? And eventually, it'll get there. It's not the same for fluids, and this is why a lot of people get mixed up with it, because they'll build a manifold line like this, turn it all on at the same time, and then it's just like not consistent, right? It's not doing what it should. And it's like, oh man, I swear that I've got 600 on the... I should swear that my numbers are right, so why is it not working? So the main reason that it wouldn't be working is that the inventory space kind of counts as like another pipe, in a way. The reasoning behind it, I'm not even fully clear, but it doesn't fully matter. But the way to fix it is to just turn off your machine, or not turn. So machines operate different than generators. If I turn this off, it won't take in fluid, so there's nothing I can do about it, right? So you have to leave it on. What you could do is cut off the outputs. So if you cut off the outputs, and to prevent you having to cut every one of these, just cut off the end belt, whatever the one on the very end is. Just cut that, and let them all just run. They'll kind of stutter and, stammer and keep going up and down, but eventually they'll get backed up. They won't be able to send whatever their outputs are, wherever they need to go. And that means that the machine will be on, and it'll receive as much oil or whatever the liquid is until it completely fills at 50. And then the pipe will also do the same. The pipe will fill. And once the pipe gets totally full, obviously now it's fine, it doesn't matter, but I'm saying in your example, the pipe will fill. So, why is this important? The important thing is that when the inventory is full of a building, the liquid has nowhere else to go inside of it. So we discount that, we remove the space of the building itself. When it's full on the pipe, the transfer rate can be the max amount that the pipe is saying that it is. The max flow rate of a pipe is 600, but we're only moving 116 or whatever right now. Unlike a belt will travel at a consistent speed no matter how much you put on it or take off of it. You put one item on a 60 belt, it'll get there at the same time as if you put 10 items. They'll all get there at the same time because it's consistently moving regardless of how much it goes onto it. A pipe doesn't work that way. The pipe transfers at a speed based on how full the segment of the pipe is. Because there's no pressure in the game, there's no pull pressure. So there's no vacuum pressure just constantly pulling things along at a set speed. So what you have to do is make sure all the pipes are completely full, and then you've got your speed of 600 per minute. And then once that's full, once these machines can't, they've all filled their inventories, then you hook back up their output and you let them drain out, and everything will stabilize and work from then on forever. So that's how you'll get it. Now, there's one other little issue with pipes in the game that I haven't quite seen since update 1.0, but it was a problem in update 8, and maybe you could work around. This might help as well. Another issue you can also do is create a loop. So sometimes people find it to be a struggle having 5 extractors in a row, which would be 600 per minute, and maybe they're all being sent this way, like all along this way into some set of buildings. People may notice, I haven't seen it yet in this update, but in the past, there was a problem where the 5 in a row, the one on the end would be, you'd notice that it's accumulating water. So you check its inventory and it's building up. It's like it's not getting out fast enough. They're like, why is that happening? And that is just a weird kind of calculation problem in the game with how junctions aren't splitters. They just try to push liquid wherever they can. And everything has equal push, which is an issue. So higher flow rate doesn't mean more push. So it's like a whole thing. Anyways, the way to fix that would be to create a loop. So what comes out the end could loop around and go back into the front. And if you do it that way, just to draw it on paint really quickly, this can also just guarantee your 600 gets out there. And a lot of people do this with their first batches of coal, right? They will tell you, a lot of people will tell you, here's your coal generator and here's your water extractor. And they'll say like, what is it? You need 8 of these for every 3 extractors or something. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we'll just copy that. Right, so you've got 8 in the line, and you'll have 3 extractors. Oh, it doesn't copy the white anymore. It's transparent. That's nice. It's a new feature in Paint. That's why I was being careful to put the box around it evenly. Anyway, so yeah, your pipeline can now look like this. Instead of just going down in a line, up, and manifolding into each of these, right, connecting into each one, you can create a loop like that. In this case, you'd actually have to do that, because if you've only got a Mark 1 pipe, to get 300 and, what is it, 360 or whatever on the pipe, you'd have to go in 2 directions. So out that way and out that way. And it'll do it itself, but you could use valves if you wanted to. Anyway, that's another way. If you're struggling with just straight up having 5 extractors, right, imagine that there's 5 here now, and you're having a problem getting them all out on just straight up on one pipeline, and that's the issue. It's not the issue about going into machines, it's just the issue of getting it even out on the pipeline. You're noticing it's building up here. Try to build a loop. Even a small loop can fix it, where you go down to here and you feed that back in there before it hits the machines. Even that can fix it. It's more like an issue of getting out because they're too close to each other, or something to do with the junctions being pushed along. So yeah, those are all my tips for fluids. Hopefully that helps. And that should guarantee that you get your 600 on your pipes, no problem. Or you can always get your manifold pipelines working just fine. Thanks, Mr. Patch. I could never get into it. Satisfactory spoiled me. Yeah, I agree. It sounded like, yeah, it did give me some inspiration for Mandalore. Kind of. I don't have full creative, say on what I do with Mandalords. I'm helping with the wiki at the moment, but I've got, I'd love to make subjects and sub-chapters and a few other things in there, but it's not all up to me on how to do it. And, because even if I wanted to do it, I'd have to learn, try to implement it, and I'm sure I could do it. But there's other problems that I can't get into that are good reasons why things have to be done in a certain way with that game. It's actually a surprisingly complicated project where it's not that easy to just add stuff to it. Oh, this is not hooked up yet. And neither are they. Anyways, so yeah, that was a long-winded explanation, but hopefully it should help some people, understand fluids maybe a little bit better. Pipe networks have backflow. So if they're fighting headlift, the extractors at the back get backflow and start filling up. I think that's how it works still. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna say, what I said I know works. People say all sorts of different things and have all sorts of reasons, and they go by that little manual that someone made, which is really cool looking manual, but it's inaccurate as far as I'm concerned with a lot of what it says. And that pipes going vertically, you can get 600 going vertically with no backflow, no problem. I never had the issue, so I don't really get it. The most issue I ever had was that, where you had 5 extractors in a row, and even though they weren't going up, they were having a problem accumulating in one. But then when we created the loop, it was fine. Now in this, I've done 5 and we haven't had that issue, so I don't know if they've just fixed it or what, but anyways, not too sure. What's your deal? Oh. Got a nice stable line already, so that's good. And that's what we're making in total. 16,575 megawatts of power. Feels good, man. Nice and full. Alright, cool. We'll check downstairs, make sure that everything's running A-OK down there. And then we'll move on to the next part of the factory. So you just don't want these stop starting either, because everything has a big knock-on effect. If any of these stop or get backed up, then the plastic stops or gets backed up. That means they're not making enough diluted fuel, which means it's not coming out to here to make enough fuel, which means there's not enough to power. So it's all interconnected. It's all got to be running at 100% safely. Nobody backing up or having a problem. Okay, a little bit. As long as it gets itself out eventually. That's a bit much, so I'm just going to delete that. Leave that one. Okay. That should be alright. Cool. Alright, let's talk through what this is doing, then we'll move on to the next part of the factory. I was going to just build out the roof out this way as well. I don't know if we need to do that right now. We'll do it in future, I guess. Need to take a drink. I'm talking so much. I should make a short on it so I don't have to keep talking about it. Yeah, maybe. That was the best tutorial for liquids I've seen so far. Yeah, in one of my videos I described it as... This is actually a perfect analogy. This is a perfect analogy for how fluids work in the game. It is... I've always said it's like a bottle. And liquids will slosh back and forth. There's no pressure in the game. But if we constantly push more in this way, push more and more liquid in, it is going to push liquid that way. So there is forward pressure by adding to it, but there's no vacuum pressure. So if you just think of the pipes in the game, the pipe segments, like bottles stacked next to each other, it makes sense why 600 isn't enough when each building has its own little component. You know, why manifolds don't work and so on. So just think of it as like a bottle on its side, because that's what it is. Quite literally what it is in the code and from what I can tell. Which is why it always frustrates me when people talk about pressure in the game. Especially vacuum pressure and water towers and all this kind of stuff. It's like, none of that's true. It'd be nice if it was, but it's not a realistic system. It's just like containers with liquid in them, rather than pipes as we think of them. Okay, anyways, enough about liquids for a while. Pause this. I'm going to put on the Shapes soundtrack. I think it's going to be okay for the stream. We'll see. If I get demonetized, so be it. This is something different, 'cause I'm quite sick of the in-game music, and I gotta be honest, the only thing I don't like about Satisfactory is the music. I'm not a fan. Like, it's okay to me, but like Factorio or Minecraft and those other games that I normally play, those soundtracks like light years ahead, in my opinion. And you know, I don't mean to be negative. I have 300 refineries. Yeah, we've got quite a few here. Anyway, that should... Ooh, actually, there's a problem down here. Let's see what's going on. It's too loud now. What the hell is this? Not enough oil. No, just not enough heavy oil residue getting out. So the reason for this is because, you know, I cut away all the fuel and stuff down there, and those buildings weren't operating for a while, so I feel like we need to just drain some of these manually, but once they're drained, that will be it. If you remember, they weren't hooked up fully, so they would have gotten backed up. We'll just get rid of some of this, because all the other groups are fine, so the logic is okay. It's just that I had them disconnected. We'll let them do their thing. Otherwise, power will stutter. But I'll just double check that I didn't, for some reason, put a valve or something on this row that the others don't have. But I don't think so. Oh, sorry, we need to turn off the music in game. Alright, so just following this along, there's our bulge, so we know things are good. They become Mark II pipes from here. Good, yep. They're all going to be full anyway, so yeah, no problems there. We'll check back in on it in a moment. So just very quickly with that Shapes comment. So I did a sponsored video for Shapes. I'm not sponsored to ever talk about it again or anything. I just really like the game. I think it's really good, and I recommend people check the video out if they're interested, or just check out the game on Steam. You don't have to do anything make you think I'm trying to push you for the sponsorship. But when Mr. Patch said I couldn't ever get into it, Satisfactory has to be spoiled with third-person, all beautiful looks. I totally agree. That was actually something I mentioned in the video, which was people have recommended the game to me before, and I was, I looked at it on Steam and I was like, shapes, kind of need a bit more than that personally. But when I played it, it just completely won me over, because it's hard to describe, and basically you should watch the first 10 minutes of the video for that if you want. But it really did win me over in terms of the gameplay and what you're doing. And it's a totally different factory builder, which is quite interesting. For instance, there are no machines in the game. There are no preset recipes in the game. You don't have to make iron plates and make computers or make this thing that's already been defined with layouts and numbers for you. You make everything. You make everything. It tells you what it wants to make, what it wants at the end, but it's not like a product. It'll say like, hey, you need to make this shape. Figure it out. And it's like, okay, so you have to go find materials that you could use. You could use any material you want. Cut it up however you want. Rotate it, change it, paint it, slam it back together, and then you're like, now I got it. And it's about figuring out how to do that, like, efficiently or whatever. But there's no time pressure. There's no penalty. There's no power. Well, I think there's power later in the game, but early on there's no, like, power where you can, like, things will turn off if you built wrong. So it's really weird. Like, it's like a creative puzzle game where you're thinking about, like, kind of factory building. So I just recommend it to people because I wrote it off too, basically. Because I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm set with this game. But if it wasn't for the sponsorship, I wouldn't have even, like, really given it the time. And then, or the overwhelmingly positive reviews. When I saw, like, okay, it's not just 100 overwhelmingly positive reviews, it's like 8,000. I was like, alright, this is probably worth looking at. And I'm glad I did. So, does getting demonetized affect super chats? No, I don't think so. It just means that ads, it's not even demonetized. It'd be, if there was a copyright claim, the advertising revenue would go to, the ads that would run on the video after it goes live would go to the person who made the music. Anyway, these factory games are getting out of control. They kind of are, actually, because there's a new one like every other. I'm getting so many emails like, hey, try this new one. It's like, oh my god. But at least Shapes 2 does a lot different. But I'm seeing a lot of games that just change the setting and do the same thing, and I'm like, nah. Alright, anyways, let's talk through what this build is so far. So I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, we'll just catch up with it right now. So this is basically the build as it stands, although there's some stuff there that we haven't done yet. So right now we have our 1,989 oil, very specific number, in the equivalent of 66.3 refineries, making 1,326 plastic per minute. That's where that ends for me. We haven't done any more since then. The plastic's just rolling into awesome sinks at the moment. Now, we take the diluted fuel, or sorry, the heavy oil residue out of the refineries. We bring it into this area to make diluted fuel in the equivalent of 13.26 blenders. That gives us 13.26 fuel, and we've just built the generators. So that is now done. We have to hook it up to our main power supply though now, and that extra power is going to basically help us power all of this, because there's going to be a lot. So what we got to do next then is making Quickwire. So we need a lot of refineries, right? 52 for the Quickwire, 52 for the copper, and 32.5 for the caterium. Yeah. Anyway, that's going to give us 4,680 Quickwire per minute, which can be split into 6 belts of 780 each, which is a maxed out Mark V belt. Half of that, so 3 of these, are going to go into making our AI limiters. We need AI limiters to enable us to make this component, the electromagnetic control rods that go into the magnetic, whatever that is. Then we're going to use the other Quickwire to make 546 circuit boards per minute. A lot of circuit boards. It's not a crazy amount, but it's probably more than we need. So there's the potential to chop one of these belts off and make high-speed connectors instead. That was kind of the original goal, but currently that doesn't allow for it unless we tap another node. Another Quickwire node, that is. And maybe even quartz. We might use the silica recipe. So there's potential for that. We'll see how we go. before we do the logic. So this is the next section that we're going to focus on. So 104, 136 and a half refineries. A lot. That's what we're going to be building. So we'll just knock this off. That's fuel generators done. I'll just connect that up as well as the last kind of thing to do. Sorry, Muse of Fire. Did you know about the water in the far west ocean doesn't act normally? Got thrown for a loop trying to build out there. I'm in the west right now. You think the water in the west doesn't act normally? What do you think acts different about it? There's a Muse of Fire. Alrighty. I find that hard to believe. Be a bit of a skeptic on that one. Yeah, so let's be lazy and just go bonk. That's our power line. We were at 2825. Now we are at 37,400. Nice. Nice little increase there. Oh, my zoom isn't working. Oh, that's why. Bonk. A little bit of extra room to play around with now. We're cutting it a little bit fine. I can get rid of those generators off my to-do list now. Sweet. Right. Ah, you just fall through it like the edge of the map. Oh, right. Got no collision. Oh, right. I see. Interesting. I thought you meant like it's, you get more out of an extractor or something, you know? Also, very last thing. Never painted these ones, so just do that. And junctions. Now, last thing, I just want to chop off stuff we don't need here, so we'll just go along like that. Guess I'll fly. Let's just make it like a little bit better. You can't even put extractors out there. There's literally no water. It's an illusion. Yeah, so that sounds like it's a 2D texture, right? The texture of the water itself, rather than the collision and the object of water. So it's missing the collision plane. Good to know. I guess out west, you said, yeah, maybe just further up beyond these islands or something. Because I built a huge factory all the way down to those things, and that was in the last update, and it was okay. Hang on, these can actually just be removed. Alright, there we go. Just making it a bit more compact. Still floating over nothing, but whatever. Pipes are holding them up. Doing a lot of work, those pipes. Alright, so we're out of this area. Any other machines backed up right now? They're looking good. Interesting, the cables stop rendering after a certain distance. And these are all green. Green across the board, no flickering yellow lights. Okay, cool. I'm happy to say that we can leave it now. Right, so Quickwire. So to get Quickwire, as we looked at in the dock, we need both copper and Quickwire. So the first thing would be making a little platform. So we need water nearby. 780, just one node each that can do 780 per minute. So we'll start with either, it doesn't matter which one we go with, we'll do the copper one first. And then we have to think about where. Right, so there is... Oh, did they remove the Quickwire down here? No, we're just slightly out of range, right? So we could, there's a pure copper node here. There's a pure Quickwire node here. Lots of water. We already built our little concrete area. Maybe we could just get that all set up here and then ship the ingots up to this place. Yeah. Either that, or that one's up high in a big mountain thing. Is that pure? That's pure. Yeah, we'll tap those ones then. Maybe we'll do it off this coast, and we can just easily, like, ferry it up this way. Alright. Yeah, most valuable pipes. $4,600. Think Quickwire. This is where I was going to build a factory initially, and then I realized it actually has to go way further out than I thought. Truck them up? Maybe a truck. Maybe just, maybe a train, like a local train, you know? Just goes into that one place. That's all it does. What is your purpose? You move ingots. Move ingots from A to B like a giant belt. That's when trains are at their best. Super simple. One track. Alright. Floating poles, but I'll get over it. Thought I'd pop in and say hello. Hey, Shibby Wangle. Gonna go back to the start to see in the future. I'll see you soon, man. Are you gonna play in 1.5 speed and catch up? Wonder would you be able to... How long have I been live? An hour and a half. Might be able to catch up. So this was our 600 per minute setup, right? Oh no, they're actually underclocked a little bit. 800 per minute concrete, though. So there's the waterfall where we built the old famous, infamous copper caterium factory that stretched from here to there in a giant line. Actually, further out than that. In a giant L shape. But we're going to do something a lot more simple with it now. Although, similar, because I'll be using the same recipe, the fused quickwire thing. It's kind of tempting just to build it. No. I was going to say, just take the ore from a train into the factory. It's just, we've got water here, so why not do it here? Okay, so it was... We'll start with Quickwire, seeing as we're actually here. Sorry, caterium. 32.5 refineries. We'll have to make a blueprint for this. I'll do it just over the water with the extractors underneath. We need 780 water, so they'll need multiple lines. 32.5 refineries. Now, I don't think... No, I don't have that blueprint with me. We'll just make a new one then. Temporarily. I'm not going to actually build on the water, but just for now I'll do a blueprint designer out here. Oh, and I'll bring power over. We can float around. Good. Alright, nice 6x6, so we can just throw this down in the center of it. For a 5x5. Storage containers before the train station. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I always forget that, actually. I will use a train for the ingots. I don't think I need a train here. I was thinking like, oh, I could just build a train that takes the ore and just brings it over to that other area. That way everything's kind of in one spot. What do you think? Should I do that? Or should I just bring the ore here into a little factory here, refine it, and take the ingots and bring them over. Same kind of either way, in a way. Either way, there's going to be a train moving. It's just, do I train the ore so that all the refineries are in one location? Kind of leaning that way. I'll put a poll up. Alright, there's a poll in the chat. Train? Question mark. Move the ore on site, or refine the ore, then move the ingot. There is technically less ingots, I guess, right? Is there? Actually, no, there's more ingots. There's more ingots for copper. There's less ingots for caterium. So a train moving both of these guys would be, whatever, 1560 ore. Train moving both of the ingots will be 2400. So I might actually go against the vote here, because now thinking about it that way, it's like, well, there's less volume to move. So I kind of think, because you guys are saying move the ingots, but after just now realizing there's more ingots, kind of makes sense to move the ore. We can bring the train along the water, actually. Might look kind of cool. Yeah, Dirkus had the right idea, because he actually had the foresight to ask the question. Depends, right? What's the ore to ingot ratio? Yeah. What's the refinery recipe? It's called pure caterium or something. But for the caterium ingot, as far as I know, all of the ores in the game have this type of recipe where you mix it with water and you get better bang for your buck, basically. So pure caterium ingot, and then for copper we're using the pure copper ingot. Thanks, Talapart, or Talaprat, sorry. Alright, I'm gonna go against the vote, because it is 72% saying refine the ore. But I think having given the extra context now, it should be the other way around. So I'm going against the vote. Overruled. Should have thought it through first. Yeah, let's bring this across. I kind of like the idea of just having the train running along the water. That might be kind of cool. Or even just somewhere here could be like a little starting platform. It's a waste of water space, but I think we're fine. I think there's plenty. Right. And, yeah, I think, just to be safe, I'll build 4 carriages. I was going to just do 2, but I think 4. So 2 of them can be for... Oh, yeah, well, I guess actually 3 could be for the copper ingots, and 1 could be for the caterium. Oh, no, we're moving the ore. Yeah, so, yeah, I'll do 4, and we'll just split them. 780 per minute. How much does a carriage hold? Like... a standard storage container, isn't it? Or is it 2? 32 slot capacity, actually. It just says it right there. Or stores up to 100, doesn't it? As a stack? The 3200. So it would fill up in 4 minutes, so definitely would need multiple. 8 minutes, and 8 minutes is definitely enough to get there and back. It's just around the corner. Yeah. Alright, that's what we'll do. You could lower the foundation such they're essentially level with the surface of the water. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing, going even lower than this. Cause I think we can get 1 more meter down. Still be like kind of on... I want to be on the world grid because I'm not playing around with weird stuff. Alright, this is actually buried into the... Okay, this. Yeah, I remember this in the game. Oh, good, they fixed it. It would actually sound like you're running on water even though it was like a millimeter over. The water actually did climb over here a second ago. Yeah, there. Cool, yeah, we'll leave it like that. Right. So train. Waterfall train, I guess. Alright, so train. It's just a single track as well. People need to remind me. Yeah, it can be here, right? Yeah, it does. Sorry, I'm just getting confused. Sometimes I think, does it need to be there and another one facing this way? Because it's a single track back and forth, like a monorail, an engine on both sides. But we don't need to do that. I think one just on the end. But we are going to pull into the copper one, which is going to be just up ahead as well. The caterium one. So I guess in the center of this foundation maybe, and then we'll rotate that around. Maybe that's as far as I want to go. I guess further forward. Do this. Terran Caesar, first of his name. You're spelling Caesar wrong, first of all. Get it right. But thank you, Ernst. C-A-E. Oh, dictator for the vote. That's why. I was wondering what... First of his name? That's all I want in life, is just to be called Caesar. Unironically. Alright, let's do that. So there's our first one. And then we need 4 freight platforms. Well, really, we just need 2 here. Really, we just need 1. I'm gonna... No, 2. I keep making the same mistake. And then we'll do 2 on the other side. But I'll just do an empty platform. And then we need a basic platform for just housing the final train that comes in. That should be it. Okay, Caesar, thank you. What Caesar plays? Yeah. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then a carriage on the other side, or a locomotive. Alright, so now we gotta try to bring this forward. And I'll put the railway on this, and then I'll remove this after the fact. Could make it a half foundation, maybe. Let's see what it would look like. So you could just leave it like that. It just feels like it should have something underneath, but I don't know what. Like you could do a half foundation, rotate it, and then just moved over. Can't even see it then. Could do the steel, like this thing, the frame foundation maybe. Yeah, that's what Dirkus says. Looks alright. Clear glass. Glass seems a bit weird, but we could try it, see what it looks like. So there's 2 types we could use. We have the glass frame foundation, or you could do the like glass roof thing. I'm gonna say no to that just because of the way it's... Maybe it's okay. No, I don't really like that weird look to it. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to have glass. No vertical nudging, so I can't go any lower than that actually right now because there's ground beneath. I was just wondering what that would look like. Forget the top bit. I'm just wondering what it would look like on the bottom. That could look kind of cool. Yeah, maybe I'll try that then. So the only way I can do that though is I have to go foundations a bit further out. Once we get rid of the ground here, which it goes away just after the, just a little further out here. Can you hover when the rail is electrified? Oh, you can. Cool. That's gonna help. Yeah, nice. I have to choose where the other place is soon. Oh no, I don't have power actually. Really? Oh, you have power. Okay, now I do. Weird. That was built off-grid. And then the copper ore is actually just like there, I think. So we'll pick it up somewhere like here. And then go off just beyond the thing. Yeah, so I still don't have depth that I can use. It's kind of annoying. Let me just go this way then for a second until we can get into more deeper water. Is there any deeper water there? There's some here. I don't know why I have to go so far just to get... Alright, and then I can do the big frame. Because once it's in position once, then it's fine. Well, this seems like a lot of messing about, but that's where we need it. Oh my god. Right. Can't nudge it. Oh. Why? Why not? Oh, it is in the right place, actually. I didn't think it was. Okay, good. How will you corner? I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know how to do corners properly. Well, I kind of do. We'll see it in a moment. But it might be that the corners have some wider version of this rather than these individual ones. So, yeah, I don't know. I will see. Worth asking, though, because, yeah, it's not like I have a plan for it. I wonder, is it easy to build the actual railway on these or not? Let's find out. So, let's grab our rail. Yeah, it looks okay, actually. Oh, it doesn't latch onto anything, though. That's a bit of a nightmare. Although holding control keeps it straight, actually, so that's okay. That's all I really care about. I mean, you can't really see it. I don't know if it's really worth the effort of putting all this down. It is there, so it's like, okay, yeah, there is something there, but you really can't see it. I guess from slightly up higher, you do kind of see reflections and stuff. But yeah, we'll keep going with it and just leave it. Right, so let's get rid of this. So let me just map this out then with foundations. Of course. Go. Yeah, because I was going to just take pretty much a right angle. Hang on. Yeah, I'm just going to keep going this way and then just take kind of not a hard right angle necessarily, but basically, yeah. Because it's going to be somewhere up there then. So I'll just see what this looks like. I'll have to just float for a second. I can just get some power going. So weird. I didn't realize you could walk on so much of this. You really need to install the Infinite Nudge mod. I use a mod for corners, I'm bad at them. Yeah, I don't really build rail that often, so we'll see how this goes. I do remember that, let's just say we had something here, and if we go up there, it's like 3 or something like that is where you can turn. This is 1, 2, 3 foundations, then you go 1, 2, of course I didn't build power enough. 1, 2, 3 across, and then it's like there? That's just what I would do. It's not like probably the most natural looking thing, but too bad. Alright, I'm gonna connect that back and then we'll do the I guess I could do the steel now actually. Then we have to put down where the thing goes. Like the next train station, I guess. Aren't your corners in... Yeah, corners of segments in 3. Yep. I always just made... Yeah, exactly. Segments of 3 to do any turns I needed, because I was always trying to keep everything on the grid. So it does mean that you've got quite artificial train lines, where the corners are a little sharp, but it's not like you can derail anyway. But yeah, I don't have very natural looking trains. It's a nice quality of life they added to 1.0 where if you hold control it just stays dead straight now. Alright, looks good. We can ride the little rail we've got. Nice, clean. Ow. Alright, good. So yeah, I'm just going to move up and then we'll decide where this next station goes that it pulls into. That's fun though, you know, doing something a little bit different. Yes, 3 including the corner. I create straight rails on either side of a 90-degree that end 1.5 foundations from the inner corner and then connect them. The frame pillars should snap to the bottom of the rails if you need them to work in water. The frame pillars. Good to know. Thank you. The copper is just over here. Alright, that's the bit we need. That needs to go out to a station. So I'll probably just bring it over the hill here. And we're down there yet. I feel like the turn could have been maybe even earlier than this, but I guess the cliff wall is a bit close. Okay. +300 hours and I've never used trains. Whiplash. From the train? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, you could imagine. Just a harsh stop. But yeah, you don't need trains. You don't need trucks. You don't need drones. Belts do everything. Ultimately, but it's fun. Fun to use them. Play around with the different content in the game. Excuse me. Alright, so this is where the next platform is going to be. Probably the end of it there. Now, I did say it's the back two carriages that are reserved for this place, actually, thinking about it, so... I don't know if trains work this way. You can let me know if you think it will. Alright. Yeah, I'm just wondering if... So this is going to continue on and go into that factory. I'm just wondering, can then a train come back and go through a station that's facing the other direction? Don't know. It's not going to stop here. It's just going to go all the way down to the other end. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be able to, but just in how I've built it, I'm not sure if it can. So we'll do an empty platform with catwalk twice. Yes, it can, just won't stop. Yeah, that's good, that's fine. 2. And then we have the freight platform, 3. Alright. That's basically it. Can look kind of weird, but we'll see how it goes. Now, a person said using a frame floor, we can attach the big frame pillar to that. Nope. At least I don't know how. We need to get it under it, right? Maybe I misinterpreted it, but yeah, I'm sure. Luckily, the water's deep enough anyway, so it's okay. Could have made a blueprint, thinking about it. Alrighty. Get these guys to join up. Don't forget the storage buffers. Oh yeah. I'll remember. I'll remember from now. We float along here now. It's connected. Yeah, good. Oop. Alright, so we can go to about there before things get a little awkward. And here, maybe just a bit further. One game. There. I actually can't rotate them in the. It doesn't let you nudge or rotate these. So it would just have to be a gap or like a metal foundation or something. Or the grip metal. Hello? Can you attach to this thing? No? Don't want to do that anymore? Okay, did a minute ago. Does this just not work? Yeah, that works. It doesn't work on the side though. Okay. Ooh. Alright, that's the height I need. Should have to do so much fucking work just to get it to... So I was thinking something like that, but then rotate, like I wanted to just rotate it, you know, like a small angle as we get over, but I'm having trouble just even lining it up. You know what, life's too short, let's just leave it. I don't care, it's fine. It's just a turn. That can go, that can go. Got off a 6-hour conference call because of a production release didn't go well. How's it going for you today? It's actually going really good. I'm in a pretty good mood, feeling well rested, clear thinking, clear of thought, though it might not sound like it. Yeah, so I've been pretty good. Sorry to hear about that though. So I was a little short. We do need one extra empty platform. And then we'll add the buffers in and we'll hook up the miners. Although, I guess we want to bring it all the way over to the other factory first, maybe, and see exactly where we have to go. That should be... oh. Alright, we're powered. Great. Okay, so the idea is that there'll be a tower that receives copper. I reckon actually just 2 would be enough and then we'll split it. Suppose it'll have to go to about there though. So a single belt of 780 will be enough. It's just that we need to split it somewhere. I hate the way they're not lined up, but I guess there's not much you can do about it. I mean, I guess I could, but oh well. Because I wanted to go there, and that's what I'm gonna do. Is we'll have a little walkway or wall or something that has the conveyor hole in it. Might make things look a bit nicer. Ever so slightly. This will probably come out even further. Yeah, it's pretty much where it's gotta go, actually. Is the extra blank platform for aesthetics? Yeah, it's not needed. It's just it'll look like the entire locomotive or train is housed a bit better, rather than floating off at the end. I'm just thinking now. So a belt comes up here, and then inside of here, this was supposed to be like a tower. So Mark 5, go all the way down. Okay, that'll hook that up. Could do glass walls or something to make it look a bit nicer. But just for now, just do that, and then I'll clean it up in a minute. Just to kind of get the overall size. It's supposed to be a doorway. I just don't even know how the stairs can even work in there. It's such a compact space. I'm sure it can, though. Oh yeah, that might look really weird now with the stairs. We'll see where we can put the stairs in a sec. Just to make it look like it's been reinforced somewhat, I don't know. And then this will be a door out. I suppose a hypertube would also be effective, thinking about it, rather than having stairs. Doesn't really quite make sense having stairs here. So we could do that. Hypertubes, maybe. The storage buffer is... Yeah. You're right, I actually did forget about it. I did leave space for it. I remember thinking like, oh yeah, the buffer's got to go before the tower. But then I did just hook in the belt without thinking about that. One's enough, right? Like the small one? I don't think it's a big deal. 780 per minute. For how long the thing takes to load and unload, I think it's okay. Wait. This isn't gonna work. Trains don't work when you're at your max belt speed. Fucking trains, man. None of this is gonna work. It can't work. There's no way of getting 780 onto the train per minute. Damn, man. It was all for nothing. Trains, man. Am I loading caterium and copper onto the same train cart? No. I just realized I can't do this. It doesn't work. Why not a double per car? This can't work unless we refine it first. Guys, you're not listening. You don't understand, I don't think. No buffer will help this work. Unless I'm... Sorry, maybe I'm wrong, but let me talk it through. 780 is the max belt speed that I have. Right? So we take 780 out of the miner. Send it into a buffer so it's constantly going. Oh, yeah. With the oh, yeah, you're right. Only with the two would it work. Yes, it doesn't work with one. Okay, thank you. I was like, damn it. Because I remember having that problem before, but it was a case of I was doing 780 in here and 780 in there, and I was like, now it really can't work. That was at least the problem before. But this will work because it has two outputs. We just need to take two out, which is fine. Means no splitter here. This into there, I guess. And this one going to the bottom. Yeah, thanks. I would have just given up on it. I wasn't thinking it through. Just because I've had that burned into me, because when I did build I built this whole big thing once, and I was like, oh my god, no matter what, like, there's nothing I can do for the full output. And I remember making a post on Reddit, and people were like, yeah, you can't actually get the full thing out. And I was like, oh my god. If you're using both inputs that way. But yeah, this is just using the buffer as standard. What am I looking for? Oh yeah. Alright, don't know why, I don't know. Didn't like it floating on its own. So that'd be okay. 780 in, and then it gets backed up when the train stops, but then more can get out because we've got 780 out, 780 out. The only way that doesn't work is if you had two 780s going in, then you can't get two 780s out, right? You're always going to get backed up. That was the issue I had before. But yeah, it's obviously, of course, solvable. Little mini panic from me. The output heights even align? Yeah, no, they do indeed. They do indeed. It's me being dumb. Go a little further over with this, and then we'll just go to a floor down. That should work, I think. Did I make a second one? Yep. Alright, production Mark II. In you go. Those. I don't have any power shards. Huh. That means I used them all the exact amount I had. It's kind of hard to believe, but okay. We're only getting 600 per minute. Need a Mark III miner. When do we get Mark III miners? When does that happen? Let me look that up. Hang on one second. Double check the belts between the buffer and the train station. Okay. Not for a little while. Pretty close to it, but I don't have fused modular frames. How do I make those? Make them in blenders, don't you? Aluminum casing, nitrogen gas. Tempting to just make enough so I can actually just build it. Or, well, I have to advance the whole milestone. How much do they cost to build? 10 fused modular frames. We have supercomputers. I don't have any turbo motors. Never made one of those. Oh, actually, I think I have some from that we picked up. Got 19. And then fused frames. I've got 52. Is that enough then? Oh, I still need to make like 10. But it might be worth it. We could just come back here and upgrade it. I don't have to do it right now. But, I think that could be worth it. So 50. So we've got 100 supercomputers. Ooh, 50 turbo motors. Oh no, that's for the next one. Sweet. So yeah, just these three. We've got the pipe, the computers, that's fine, and the fused modular frames. We've got that. So we can advance this milestone right now, actually. And that'll give us access to a Mark III miner. Then we can make our own turbo motors. We'll need to make like 3 or something like that. So we can actually build a couple of these miners. Unless people... Oh no, we'll need more than that. Oh no we don't. We've got enough. Sorry, I'm just getting confused. So I've even got enough turbo motors to build the 2 Mark III miners that I need. That's fine. It's the fused modular frames which I would have to make. So we need to hand in 50. And I've got... Why does every window look the exact same now? Which one's satisfactory? There we go. Got my brain fused. 50. So I'll have 2 remaining. Okay, not much. And then we need... Is it 10 for each one? So I'll need to make 18 fused modular frames. To do that, just to get these built. We could do that. I just need to store up some casing. I've got the heavy modular frames and just get some gas. Just bang them out real quick. I think it'd be worth doing just so we can run the factory at 100%. Okay, good to know. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. So I was just wondering, do I need to find more copper or do I need to find more caterium? Because both of them are just going to be 600 per minute for now. But that's okay. James and Lizard Doggos? Yes, a lot of time. Okay, I've got one, but you know, it's fine. I could just make some. So that person said recheck my outputs or something. So that's okay. We're Mark 5 all the way down. That's okay. Oh yeah. They were right. Oh no, that's normal though, yeah. That's normal. It's only when this gets backed up, when the train stops, it won't be able to send everything out. And then it will divide it between the two. But that's interesting that it sends it out here as a priority. What about now? Kind of interesting. Is it whatever one was hooked up first gets the priority? Let's test it. Whatever one gets it first. Well, that doesn't really do anything, but... Yeah, it is. That's interesting, yeah. It's whatever one got it first, not what one got backed up. Anyways, yeah, cool to know, I guess. Maybe do something with that, but... I don't know what you could do. Now, that's a Mark IV, so there's a problem. So Mark V, Mark V... Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. Alright, so yeah, the first two will be copper, caterium, caterium, copper, copper, and then this is just a blank one for the engine on the back. Alright, so the last thing now to do is we'll bank left, and we're going to go over there somewhere and figure out where this will go. Supercomputers are building up the background. I need 100 to get the next milestone done, so we could probably do that with the bit of fused frames I have, but we could also hook up the caterium miner now also. I can't go backwards. Okay. Didn't know you couldn't go backwards. Definitely go backwards, can't you? But it must be because there's another engine here. Mega factories are great for logistics when you're taxing on your PC. How does one know how to build their factory? And are mega factories worth building? Yeah, so I agree with what Ginger said, which is they can be taxing if you don't have a very good PC. There's so many objects in a confined space. It's not about everything that's making, it's about everything that's just like all the objects that are there. Yeah, how do you know how to build your factory? I mean, that's just... You just have to figure it out, you know? There's no... I mean, I know that's a weird thing to say, but that's the truth of it, right? There's no magic formula to it. It's up to you how you build them. Some people build spaghetti nightmares, the factories still work. People build big organized factories. It's a question of time versus results, I suppose. But yeah, I could sit here and try to answer it for like, it would take me like 20 minutes to talk through all the different ways you could do that, you know? How goes Matter Lords? Any idea when 1.0 might be released? No idea when 1.0 might be released. I don't think any of them know that. Yeah, I don't know. It goes. There's not much I can really say, unfortunately. At the moment, I think Greg has mentioned it. He feels, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it's kind of stuck in rework hell right now. Hell is a bit of a strong word. He's doing a lot of reworks that he would otherwise rather not do, but it feels like they might be necessary based on some feedback that we got and based on other features that we're planning to build on top of it. So the market and how things are delivered have been reworked, or are being reworked. I feel okay saying that just because he's put out polls asking people to give feedback on it. Still not finalized, but that's what's happening now. There's also a new map coming, so that's being worked on and in testing and stuff right now. So there's that. There's a little bit of new content that'll be in the next update then as well, but after these reworks it will just be all new content, new content, new content. I'm pretty sure after that. So I feel anyway the reaction might be a little soft to this update just because it's like people want, you know, I know that people want more new stuff. So do I. And so does Greg. But yeah, just some things I think were unfortunately a bit necessary. And then there's a lot of quality of life, which isn't very exciting, but it's like, oh, you know, improved tutorials, completely rewritten tooltips for everything. UI has been improved, both for the market and for taverns and churches and wells. There'll be a few new buildings and things like that, but yeah, nothing like insanely crazy. Like a lot of people, the things people want a lot is, oh, we need a buffer, don't we? But can I fit one down here? I could try fit it up here. Can't move that across anymore, and there's no space to move this further back in. Anyway, the things a lot of people want is more military stuff, more like the AI building on the map and all that kind of stuff, but and that will come. So when, I don't know, but it will come. I'm gonna come. Hi Darren, I got a small question. I set up a coal factory, my pipes are flooded, and my gens too with coal. However, not with water. But the pipe feeding the machine is. I set up a coal factory, my pipes are flooded, and my gens too with coal. However, not with water. But the pipe feeding the machine is. So the pipe feeding the coal generator is flooded. I don't know what you're saying. I can't work it. You're gonna have to write that again. Explain like I'm 5. And take your time. Write out 2 messages if you want, and then just paste them in or something. I'll read both. Because I'm not sure if you're saying that you said your pipes are flooded, but I take it that your coal generators aren't getting any water. But if they're getting some, it's quite different, so I don't know. Sorry, let me just get this down, and then I can answer some of those questions that I've missed. For storage, we'll just turn them sideways and then break out the buffer that way. In fact, if we go this way, it might look a bit better. Actually, I'll just stay here. Alright, there we go. A little bit better. And then I guess we turn it on. That'd be good. How unusual. 2 crept out the top. Alright, well that's filling up now too. Good. Right, so there's a couple things I wanted to just read there really quickly. So that was the Manor Lords. So I can't really talk about much more, you know, tune into the official channels if you want to know what's going on. But yeah, when's 1.0? I don't know. I could, you know, no idea. It's not too bad to set up a hand-fed production for short term. Did this last night in my save preparation for starting over phase 4. Hey Darren, hey Chan, how does one know how to build their factory and mega factories worth building? Yeah, so again, I would personally, if you're starting the game, I think it's easier to build smaller, what people call modular factories that feed into each other. It can get a bit tricky with trains and trying to organize everything a little bit. But it's certainly easier just to go, like, here's one piece of the factory that I have to think about, get this making something, and then I can focus on another place, you know, later, figure that one out. And then as you're progressing and building up, that's the way you go. If you're starting as a mega factory, it gets really difficult if you're just building roughly in one place. It does hurt your optimization a little bit on your PC, but also, it, as you start to get upgrades and better belts and stuff, it becomes harder and harder to upgrade and, like, account for all the space that you need. So if you're new to the game, I would recommend building bespoke factories for the things you want to make and then bringing them together via trucks or trains or even just belts. If you're more advanced, then you can kind of think about, like, okay, maybe I can do like a large area and sort of plan for the future that way. But there's no right or wrong answer, it's really up to you. I came back here because I wanted to rename this place. Just a little bump for the point that you're using the same two stations for caterium and copper. Oh, am I? Oh yeah, I guess so. 1, 2, and then you're right. Over on the other side, it's 1, 2. Okay, yeah, I'll just rearrange that then. Thanks. Now this is, well, it's specifically for a factory that's doing AI limiters. What, electronics is the word that I'm trying to boil down to 3 letters. Electronics, E-L-E. I don't know how you do that. Electronics, get it down to 1 word. Or 3 letters, I mean. ECT? Electronics? Electronics? I don't know. And then it's going to be caterium. I don't know how I made that mistake. I could have sworn yeah, I guess I just got turned around when, the way I built them. All my pipes are flooded, full with water, from water extractor all the way up to the coal generators. The generators, on the other hand, only have coal and barely receiving water like it should. So water is stuck in the pipe feeding the coal generator. I'm not sure then. If you're building tall, are your generators above your pipeline? Maybe they need a pump to get up higher? That could be the case. If your pipe is hooked in, you feel like your pipe is full of water and your generators aren't receiving it. If the pipe is truly full with water, then it must be a pump thing. As far as I know. Oh my god. Oh, I'm losing my mind here. Copper export. No. These are the 2 back rows. Look. 1, 2. They'll be empty and empty. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, because we're using the other side of the train. God, I made the same mistake twice now. That's funny. It's because when I'm looking at the front of the train, I'm going like, yeah, the first 2. Dumbass. Alright, we'll back out of here and we'll just get rid of that stuff and relocate these 2 to the front. transfer all that crap out of here. All right, I can go. That's a really good one to catch ahead of time, by the way, because they would have loaded this, tried to load the same thing into the same place. That would have been a nightmare. Thank you. Making so many basic errors today, I feel like. Alright, leave it at that. Okay, so we need to go on now and find out how we get it over there. I'm just going to go over there myself and then build the area where this is all going to happen. So, ultimately, took so long just to do that. So yeah, we need 150 refineries. Space for 150 refineries. It's really space for 50 for the copper and like 30 for the caterium. We'll have to work that out respective to each other. Why one miner with a Mark 5 belt feeding container with 2 Mark 5 belts feeding into station? Both belts won't be used, right? It's because they have to act as a buffer, so when a train arrives, the belts stop. Yeah? So when a train arrives, the belts are going to stop while it's loading and unloading, so you lose just a little bit of time. Now, because I'm planning on getting 780 out of the miner, which is the max belt speed I have, if it's to ever stop, you can't have just one belt come out, because then you've basically got to contain. Let's say that this is your container. We're throwing in 780 per minute, and then we stop. And 780 is coming out, right? It's coming out here, and then it goes into a train. But the train arrives, this belt stops, and we're still floating into here. Okay, at 780. And then when the train moves off, now we can get 780 back out. But what's happened? We've loaded up more in here in that time that can't get back out. It would need to come out at 800 per minute to drain back out to be like a consistent throughput. So what we do instead is we have a double with the second output on top, and that way 2 belts out. The second belt will only ever be activated when the train leaves. That's why. If you're not using the max belt speed, though, you don't need to do that. Your max belt speed. When we get a belt speed of 1200 per minute, then it's fine. But right now, it's 780 per minute. Okay, so over here, I know that the train's going to come in somewhere, and we have to do some refining. And we have to work out how many extractors we'll need, how many refineries. Smart. It's yeah. I actually didn't think of it. You guys reminded me because I forgot. I was just about to say like, oh, we can't even do this because we can't get 780 out. But people were like, no, use a buffer. The reason I thought I couldn't do it, sorry to reiterate this because I did just talk about it, but was because I made a build once, and as I was building it, I'd configured all the numbers for 1,560 per minute. So that meant 780 was here and 780 was here. And then this was plugging straight into a train, and so was this, into the same platform, because they have 2 inputs. So I was like, this is great, but when the train arrived, and this got blocked, this started filling up, and then it couldn't get out, and I was like, oh no, like, what do I do now? Because there's nothing you can do about that then, if you're in that deep. Because it's like, no amount of splitting or anything will do it, because you're limited by the fastest belt in the game that's coming out. And that, at the time, was literally the fastest belt as well. There was no level Mark 6. So I remember thinking like, oh my, I'd done so much of the build. That was like one of the final things almost. And I was like, shit. All my calculations of all the buildings can never receive 780 per minute. They can only get about 760. Something like that. And then I remember I posted on Reddit and I was like, am I missing something here? Because I really... Is there any way? And people were like, no. you've kind of screwed yourself. Like, the only way is, well, not using the max belt speed, or only putting it into one of the inputs, not two inputs. So if we got 1200 per minute as a belt, good rule of thumb, just a good general rule would be, if you're using trains, don't use two belts of 1200 per minute, like whatever the max is. Just use one going into one platform, and then the other belt coming out of a container will be the buffer. The buffer resolve, if you will. But if you ever make a train where it's 2 in, 2 out, then you'll never get the full throughput. But you can if you use trucks. Anyways, I just have to go to the bathroom. All this water got me going, you know? So I'll be back in just 1 minute. Yeah, so to the person saying, oh, you could have just built extra wagons, that is the way to solve it. The problem was that I had 24 wagons. This was a hyperforge taking in a huge amount of ore. So I would have needed 48 wagons then, and the amount of space and time, it's just like, oh my god, you know, it just became, it was at the point where it's like, damn, you know, I didn't think it through. So it was kind of too far gone, but that would be the way to do it. It's like, oh, if you found yourself in that situation, you split it before it goes in to the buffer, and you have a second buffer and a second platform. But yeah, well, you don't need a second buffer, but you need a second platform. Everything on the one train. It was a hyperforge. The idea was that it was supposed to be taking in one of every type of ore. I think there was more than 24 carriages, actually, thinking about it. It varied depending on what the ore was. And it was using programmable splitters to determine what had arrived, because they could actually arrive in any configuration. That was the other complicated part. It was like, it wasn't like, oh, this is where the copper always arrives. It was like, no, copper could actually arrive in anywhere, because the trains would all be different lengths, because they're coming in from all over the world. So I was like, okay, what if I could just have a dynamic train station that takes in anything, and then sorts it and put it back out? And I just realized everything was built with 780 in mind, and none of it would work. Well, it would work, just all be kind of slow, and it would all kind of get backed up. Anyways, so I ended up not building it or doing that video. It just didn't happen, and I spent so much time on it. Right, so get to focus back up. Here's what we're doing. Inject some more energy back in. I feel like I got sidetracked on that for quite a while. So 52 refineries. That's our so we've plugged that in. That's ready to go almost. We don't quite have the 780 just yet, but we will soon. This will be the same. So 32.5 refineries and 52 refineries here. That needs 780 water. What's 780 divided by 2? 390 water. Okay. I'm just thinking about space and how we're going to divide this up. Always thinking about space. 52 refineries in a block, in a line. So the train could maybe come along and turn sideways. Unload into a place maybe over here. I didn't intend on building all out in the ocean, but I don't have a problem with it. How far out here can we go? Because it all has to connect together eventually. Yeah, I think that is what I'll do. I'll go further out this way, and we'll go up and over this island. And that way it's like one big footprint, if you know what I mean. So that's probably what I'll do. Alright. Hey, Sinister. Hey guys, just wondering what we're playing. while watching. I'm on FS Farming Simulator. Yeah, I saw that that game, Farming Simulator, actually has unfortunate mixed reviews for some reason. I don't know why. I've never played that game. I've been thinking about it, but I'm like, oh, the last thing I need is another massive time sink. Why not just have a foundation? I could have sworn I did. Just a standard... They're all 2-layered foundations. Okay, let me just make another one. I'm so sure I have this, but... didn't categorize it, I guess. So Farm Sim is life. Farm Sim was my life. Well, I wasn't a farmer, but I grew up around farms. First 10 years of my life. Sick of them. Rode in many a combine harvester. A simpler time, quite literally. Places like 30 years behind everywhere. Anyways, that's all we need for that. Let's leave it at blue. That's fine. Two monitors. Nephew talked to me into buying a high-end PC. Nice. Sounds like a smart kid. Does anyone know why Darren doesn't release edited videos on Satisfactory anymore? Because I'm working on them. I'm working on a better format for them. But I will. I just don't know when. Tired of telling people when because I keep getting it wrong. So, still not sure when. But at the beginning of the stream for the first 30 minutes, I talked about why it's taking long, and yeah, just the reasons behind all that, I guess. I'm just thinking, so train pulls up somewhere here, for instance. We unload, this is a floor space for our logistics. The ore could go upstairs at the back of these generators. We have all the refineries out there, and then we just pump the water up. I don't mind using a few pumps, it's fine. That might be good. And that way our water extractors can make use of all this space. Sure. I just feel like I'm boxing myself in a little bit, maybe. Maybe. But not really. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's take this as well. And then we have to make all those refinery blueprints. Lived outside a dairy farm for many years. Nice. Livestock farms can be a bit worse though, because you can smell a lot from them. Agri farms aren't necessarily as bad, although obviously they need to be fertilized. My next door neighbor was a cattle farm when I grew up. Yeah, in the area I grew up, it was just like, I lived in a rural village. I say rural, I mean, it was in the county of Dublin, but there was nothing around it other than just, there was like a pub, a shop, maybe 10 houses, and then just fields everywhere. And yeah, all those fields are just like owned by a couple of families, a couple of the big families. But they were mostly grain farms, as far as I could tell. Wheat farms, grain farms. I don't think there was much livestock at all. Righty. Do we want to go out even further? I was thinking, because that train's going to go along there. I want to turn before maybe the... I don't know, we could turn right along there maybe and come in. Need to build this out though, just to see where that's going to be. Maybe right here? No, one to the left. Damn. Yeah, that's the ticket. Alright, that's where it'll come in. That's our train line. My father was a John Deere dealer. I don't even know what that is. What's a John Deere? I don't even know what order to turn machines on when using the wastewater from aluminum scrap. Refining my aluminum. But yeah. What order to turn on? So really the wastewater needs is imperative to make the whole thing run. So you'd want to turn it on almost first. But the way I did it was I provided extra water at the beginning of the chain, right? Sorry, I don't need that. Yeah, so for my aluminum setup, I only needed one water extractor anyway, but let's just say whatever amount of water extractors you have, you need to provide extra at the beginning. And then as the machines turn on, you can lower those down, those initial ones down, to cut back, to save power and cycle the wastewater back in. That's how I did it anyway. So it's like one water extractor running at 100%, or, you know, the equivalent. And then once the aluminum starts getting made and you make the wastewater, then you can bring your own water down to 50%. But you need to have that running and going and filling the pipe almost to the point where if it starts getting backed up in that refinery, then you know you've got an issue. So it's like, okay, immediately need to tone down the amount of water I produce. But yeah, it depends on how you've done your setup, I guess. I'm struggling a bit to know exactly how you do that. John Deere tractors? Yeah, I'm not well versed enough to know. I haven't heard. Yeah, I couldn't tell you the name of any tractor. My dad wasn't a farmer or anything. We just lived surrounded by fields. Everyone else's dad was a farmer. My dad was a businessman. Yeah, I'd know the tractors to look at them and stuff, but I would never know their names. Right. So yeah, I'd say the end of the platform can actually be somewhere more aligned up here. You have a lot of empty space there, I guess, but whatever. Train. That looks like it's facing the wrong way. I don't know though. I'll check it in a sec. So it should be, I think, caterium, copper, right? Pretty sure. Just to make sure that is okay. Alright, in theory, that'll just go all the way out now. Why are the textures doing that? That's strange. It's like it's been placed twice or something. There's a lot of farming vehicles, well, construction, some other utility vehicles as well. That's really about it. The big green ones? There's big blue ones when I grew up. I don't know if that helps with anything. But yeah, they're pretty much all blue. And the harvesters were red. Although sometimes green, but mostly red. Just to save time, I'm not going to do the steel on this bit. You know, I just want to get building the factory now, so I feel like enough time has gone by in pointless cosmetics. I say pointless because I do them sometimes for certain parts, and then the rest of the factory just looks like ass. So it's like it really is pointless. Either do them all or don't do any. I need to eyeball this. I'm going to say here. This one, right? Probably. Are we too high? Oh yeah, we're way too high though. Totally forgot about that. Ah, it's fine. We'll just start out from out here anyway. This will just get me aligned. I'll build the foundations low though when we get over here. Right, so starting from here, bring this out to here now. The only other thing I could do is I could blueprint it. It's effort. The effort of getting it to like sink down to the ground without vertical nudging is such a pain. I normally use map markers for surveying. Yeah, I used to actually use the beacons back in the day. By the way, when it's okay. Actually, you know what? You're fine. I was gonna say you don't have to write at Darren. It doesn't tag me anyway, but I think you probably know that. But maybe you're just trying to let me know that it's for me, because sometimes people do talk to each other, I guess. So, never mind. Do whatever you want. It doesn't bother me. I was kind of more thinking like, oh, you don't have to do that, but I think you're choosing to do it. I use stamps. Oh yeah, that's a good call as well, right? You just do that, and then say, oh, right there. Now, we have to raise this when it gets into our factory on a slight hill right beforehand. Or we let the railway be sunken down, which can actually look really cool sometimes when the platforms are low. That's a good shot. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? The water level is lower. How's that possible? The sea level changes? Well, before running back out to check that, we'll just put down the rail, I guess, but that seems weird. But that could actually work out kind of nicely for this, because it means that the train will be sunken down a bit, which can actually look really cool sometimes. In an old build of mine, again, not to focus on pointless cosmetics, but I used to do that on purpose, so that you're more in line with the door. Now, we're not sunken down nearly enough, but that's something I used to do. That you'd just get on right. It would be like this little construction line here. That would be in line with the edge of the platform, and it works, and everything still works that way. Actually, I might keep it sunken, basically, a little bit. Did I build by accident slightly too high? I need to check that, because it does seem weird. We seem to have gone up by a meter, so I think it's worth checking. I'm a sucker for balance, knowing that things are the same, whatever the input. I'm using 750 wastewater per minute, and supplementing with 1500 clean water. It would be quite a few extractors. I don't know really any other way. Well, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, still though, it's the same thing then. You know, let's say you've got your extractors here, and your refineries that can do the wastewater here. The wastewater is hooked back up to the initial input, or output, I should say. You said, what's the order that you turn it on? Well, obviously you turn on your water first. I mean, you have to. to get these started, or to get, you know, the chains started. So I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't even question like what order do I set it up. If you don't have a way of adding more water in artificially into the system, you just turn it on and wait until it ramps up to 100% then, don't you? Because you have to get the extra water out of the other machines. So there's no question which order it needs to be done in. The only question would be, don't let your... No, yeah. Am I wrong? I think of that. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it or something. I'm more puzzled here in why the sea level is so low, and then, but on the way into this place, it's definitely higher. That's bizarre. Because it's definitely... I didn't raise it anywhere. Okay, well, it is what it is. Use a valve to prohibit the water extractors. So for alumina solution, you need water in to make your solution, right? You're using the standard recipe, or this one, doesn't matter. So you need water to go in, then you get alumina solution. Then with that, you make scrap and you get water out. The idea being that you want to do something with that water, ideally feed it back into the start. It's not like you can turn on this machine on its own. So I find it puzzling to ask the question, what order do I do things in? You obviously have to turn on the water extractors first, you have to make the alumina solution, and then your byproduct has to travel back around to get this going. So if you didn't have enough water in the first place, which you wouldn't, right? You wouldn't have enough water in the first place, which the person mentioned. They have 750 wastewater, and they have 1500 clean water. So they're starting with 1500 base. The 1500 rolls into, let's say, all of the machines, but it won't power any of them correctly. It'll just spurt little bits out. But the water that does come out will loop back around and feed in. So you're gaining all the time. So after a few cycles, it should go up to 100. That's what I would assume. You could artificially lower the consumption of the initial refineries. But I don't even think you'd have to do that. Yeah, so I might be missing something, but I need to give it more time then. Yeah, see, the only thing I'm thinking of, you do want the pipes to completely fill. So it might be worthwhile turning off one or two of the machines that consume water. Just until everything gets fully full. And then as they're full, once they get their 50 out of 50 in the water space in their inventory, then... Oh yeah, well they need to be on in the first place. This is something I explained earlier and I don't want to go over it again because I talk about it every stream. But the idea being that you're only going to get the transfer rate that you want. If your numbers are perfectly balanced, you're only going to get that perfect balance is if the pipes are full. The only way you can fill the pipes if you're doing it that way is going to be to either provide an external source of extra water or turn off some of the machines that are consuming the water in the first place. Which means it'll take longer to ramp up, but it'll ramp up to 100% eventually. And you'll have to do a bit more control, which is, say, like, you'll have to monitor the ones that are hitting, like, that are not the ones that are full. You need to cut off the outputs. So the ones that are taking in the water, making the alumina solution, you cut off their output. Literally, like, cut the pipe. And that way they'll completely fill. I know it sounds weird, but that will guarantee that it'll work. The reason that you want to do that is because if the alumina solution is going somewhere, then the machine's always running, never quite filling. You want it to actually completely fill, you want the water pipes to fill, and then you get the full throughput of the pipe. Can't get full throughput on a pipe unless the pipe is full. After this factory is done, actually, the next one I need to make is a bigger aluminum factory. I only have a very small one. I'll have to deal with all that. Now, is that just 1 meter? Looks like it, right? Bit annoying. Oh, I can figure it out. Some of that can be left there. It's just wherever I want it to stop. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Somewhere here, it's fine. Where the train will stop, I mean. I believe the water at the lower elevation will have priority. Oh yeah, some people do it that way. That's a good point. If you were to raise... If you want to fill your pipes, if your water coming out as a byproduct, the waste water, was higher than the water going in, then the clean water... I don't know, I'm getting confused now in my head, but yeah, you could... I don't think... See, to me, I feel like people overcomplicate things. I don't think you have to think about any of that, though. This seems like to overcomplicate it. I like my idea, which is if you just added one extra extractor, you're providing more water than you need, and they'll all ramp up eventually. It just would take a little bit of time. It just seems so much easier than like thinking about how to... using like height and gravity to make your water pipes work out. It's like, just add another extractor. Even just one. Then you're making more. Then your output will put out. So you'll have more and it'll fill up fast. I just feel like that's the way it needs to go. But maybe I'm missing something, you know? It's just, I built a big aluminum plant, a huge one. For me, huge. 1500 casing per minute, 500 alclad. So medium, maybe, probably size. Never did anything with that. Like anything with trying to build things at certain heights and stuff. It just seems like creating problems for yourself. Right. Anyways, let's do this again. So train station now that's just a little bit lower down. We'll have to pull this out by 1 meter to get it to the height that we do need it. Alright, and that's where it's going to be the end point. Alright, so 4 freight platforms. Alright, after a huge amount of time, track is finally connected. 1 train station. 3 train stations in total. Now, this will be our copper cat import. So, electronic, ECT, copper, well, I'll just say ore import. Oh. I don't like seeing that. Little dip. I don't know if it's here or in another place, because I did mention I saw it in another place once before. I'll check it later. It'd be too much of a sidetrack right now, but okay. We can call the train that's on this line here now, can't we? You're gonna go, I'll just call it to me. Okay. Cool. Right, so now we need to decide where the refineries are gonna go and build a blueprint for them. Smashing a bunch together. Should be quick and easy enough though. Well, I say quick. It won't be that quick, but it should be easy. There we go. There's the train. Right on time. How do you zoom like that? Press P to go into photo mode, and then middle mouse button to hide your UI, and then zoom with the scroll wheel. So P, photo mode, and then all the controls are in the bottom right. Right. Can you name trains? You can. Alright, good. So these are copper, the first ones. Copper orange, copper teal. That color, and then this one will be the caterium colors. So, the way I've done caterium in the past, I don't have the color with me, but the other one I do is red. Let me just get that color real quick. I don't know what color the base train should be. Maybe carbon steel. Alright, so let's hook this up properly now and tell it where to go. So you want to go first to caterium, then to copper, and then to the ore. And that's it. Now, I need to tell these to load and unload, don't I? But they're set to unload by or load by default, so the other ones at base, or the two extraction points should be fine. That should be it. We should see it come in nice and full. Excuse me. Yeah, thanks, Stefan. I'll be real. The sync points are not my concern there. It's purely the easy production chains. Recommend you look up the fluid manual. Has good starter coal setups and gives you a good background on how fluids work. I wouldn't recommend it personally. I think it's way more complicated than it needs to be, and it's also partially not true. But you're right for just finding the initial coal setup, which is easy enough. It's 3 extractors to 8 coal generators. Build it in a loop. Anyway, Caleb Now, thank you very much. Dropping in a few eps back, but I watched them all. Thank you very much, Caleb Now. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Alright, so we know where copper is coming into. Guess we could also do it this way if we wanted to get crazy with it. Or just put some signs down, probably help. Those are the copper ones, that's the caterium ones. And they'll need to go up here somewhere. So there's going to be water extractors in this area. We could cut actually some of the concrete here. Go further over the train station for the start. Now, so to blueprint these refineries, get a Mark II designer, I guess. Get on our big boy pants. And we want to be able to fly. Okay, that'll help us fly around. Now, to get started, they're going to be elevated, and are they being fed from below? No, because that would be a lot. We'll keep them fed from above or from their own height, but obviously just one pipeline or however many we need of water just going upstairs. So let's start. Can't fit that in, no? Yes, we can. Now, the other question is how many of these are we going to need and where are they going to go? So the first batch that we require is 32.5 refineries. 32.5, making caterium ore. Ingots. 32.5. Why do we have that? So 32.5 times 12 per minute is 390. And we can kind of decide then how many we want to build. Because they need 2 batches of water. So 32 doesn't divide nicely. So if we build 34... What's 34 divided by 2? 17. Let's do 36. Because we're making groups of 4. We'll do 36. So their output is going to be 10.833 each. Hope we're right. Caterium, good. Godspeed. Why is the light red at the back? I've never seen that before. Interesting. Your stations are rogue. Rough? Rogue? Rug? Watching at 1.5 speed and hearing you now live is weird, but I finally caught up. Yeah, people have said that. I guess I sound like I'm punch drunk. Anyways, so, right. 10.83333. So let's just go to this. We'll say pure caterium, and we want their output to be 10.33333. Right, so that's it. 86.111%. That's if we build 36 of these. So 36 divided by 2 is 18. So we need 18 in a line. 18 divided by 4, 4.5. Okay, so we build 5 of these blueprints in a line and then cut off 2, and then we do that twice. 5 of these blueprints in a line. Got it. Got it. All right. Do the input. One. I think we'll feed it from this direction. Why not? Now, they're all taking just 24, so Mark 1's okay there, but these will need to be Mark 4. Or probably less, but that's fine. Okay. Now we said we'd do caterium first, so try to color them, I guess, just so we know what they're doing from a distance. And then copy that onto each one. This is providing our ingots, and I want the ingots to actually travel the other direction, I think. There's no byproduct or anything, so easy enough. Make it Mark 3 just in case. I feel like it only needs a 2 though. Actually. Is that highlighted? Your trains are in trouble. What's the trouble with them? They seem good to me. You typed the wrong percentage into the machine. I don't think I did. 10.33 is what we need. Yeah, no, it's correct. I didn't type the percentage, I typed the number. 10.33. 10.3333 recurring. $10.83. Ah, okay. Sorry, my bad then. Thank you. So it was, just to do it again, 32.5 refineries, right? So 32.5. By standard, they do 12. We're doing 36 instead of 35, or 32.5. So we'll say divided by 36. You're right. Thank you. All right, let's just copy that one then on the end and paste them into each. Copy, paste, paste, and paste. All right, thank you. Power will be the last thing, just hooking up their little power lines. $24, that's fine. Actually, just real quick. Yeah, want them to be sideways. 40's not the limit anymore, is it? 40's the limit for the bar. Oh no, yeah, okay. I was just trying to think inside this blueprint, but we're a 5x5 blueprint, I forgot. Alright, line that up here. Maybe a little further back than it needs to be, but whatever. Be all good. Alright, I think that's it. That's our caterium done. Have I forgotten anything else? So that's the, oh yeah, maybe color the pipes, I guess. We do copper for water pipes. I'm sorry, David. You had it. Oh no, David said about the trains. But either way, thanks for everyone's help. Alright, cool. Oh yeah, and this belt. So that's going to be the copper belt as well. Sorry, caterium belt. Flip these colors. Okay, so there we go. That was pretty quick. And we just need 10 of these in total. So 5x5 designer. It's caterium ingot. Right, so I probably won't have all the materials for all of these just yet. But we need 10. So that's everything we need on the right side of the screen. So we'll just have to let our things build back up every now and then. So yeah, I was just going to start it somewhere over here. Go down in a line. Maybe we will just push further out to the left just a little bit. So yeah, okay, sure. So they got to be aligned in the center of their foundation and then to as close to the edges that we can. Then we just keep going down. So that's the output. We want the inputs like this. Yeah. Go. Okay, so we need 10 of these. So that's first one. Two. Then we just keep going. 3, 4, and then the 5th one, but we chop off 2 of the machines at the end. Not needed. Then we'll just connect them all together before we do the next line. Alright, good. That's it. Hey D, how are you? Just joined and would like to say I enjoyed your episode on Shapes Z, or Shapes. Thanks. I really enjoyed it. I kind of gushed about it at the beginning of the stream as well. And it's going well, thanks. I'm good. How's the stream going, Martin? It's going pretty good. I think. I almost never get to watch live. Oh, sorry, Aaron. Because of my schedule, I keep up on all the VODs. Is a live view weighted differently than a VOD? I really don't know. I think it's the same. At least when the video becomes a VOD, I imagine at that point, the live view... I mean, they are treated differently in the analytics. You do see them separately counted. But they're counted together once it becomes a video for everyone else. I don't know, actually, like the specifics on that. But I wouldn't worry about it. I value people that watch... Most people don't watch live, according to the analytics, right? It builds up thousands of views after the fact. And obviously, multiple people watch multiple times. And it does tell you how many unique viewers you get as well. Alright, I'm out of material, but we can work with connecting these up while we let that stuff build up in the background now. We'll do the power lines first. In fact, I can't fly right now, so if I just drag this over, give them power, that'd be good. I just want to check those really quickly because we had a power shortfall earlier. I just want to know who did it. So that's full. If the ones on the ends are full, they should be okay. Which means it might be my other power plant that after like many hours of like never ever fluctuating, something might be wrong with it now. Yeah, I have no doubt that these are totally fine. It'd be weird if they weren't. It would make more sense for... Well, anyway, it doesn't really matter, but... Cause, the reason I say that is because none of those green lights have ever flashed. If they were flashing, then you'd know. Okay, yeah. You expect power at some point to dip, but... Seems good to me. Yeah, alright. I'll leave it. Must be either the turbo fuel. Oh, it could be that we're... No. Turbo fuel plant should be okay. It's the excess that goes into the drones. I was going to say that maybe the drones are taking it, but I don't think so. So I can't fly here now? Well, that's unusual. Why... Do you not have power? No. Oh, I thought I did the thing where I did that. Guess not. Click. There we go. Anyway, I haven't even caught up on the hoverback yet. I would imagine a lot of your viewers are asleep, grinding away at their 9 to 5 right now. Beauty of international audiences. Yeah, I never look at the analytics, but people are all over the world. A lot of people in America. It's like 50% American or something. So if they're in America and it's like 3 p.m. my time when I start my streams, I don't know, I guess it's... If you're in New York, it might be like 10 a.m. or something like that. And if you're in LA, way earlier. People getting up for their morning commute, maybe. Alright, let's just hook up these belts then. Netherlands, Hungary, Hong Kong, sweet. Oh yeah, and then there's a few in Australia. Australia is actually pretty high up there. It's like number 6 or something on the demographics list. But yeah, I don't really check my analytics. It's been a while. I used to check them once a month, but I've slowed down doing that recently. Because I used to do my finances and taxes every month, so I'd always go through my analytics and just a few other things every month, like clockwork. But just 3 months ago, I stopped doing that because I got someone else to do my taxes for me, and now I'm like, I don't have to do it anymore. But it is good. It is good habit to keep, though. So I'm actually working on catching up on it. I'm 4 months behind, but I did 2 months just yesterday, so almost caught back up. It doesn't take that long. It's just monotonous kind of work to do. Right, that's all connected. Just are these belts connected then? Just did them, right? Yeah, looks good. Alright, if that's all connected, then it's time for this road to go further, if we can. We're a little short on just the final 2 machines. That's alright, we'll just wait. Now we'll just hook these up as well. That's bizarre. Their lights are... okay. They look like they were overclocked. Can you blueprint water extractors at all? No? I assume not. $5:50 a.m. Oh my god. I haven't seen 5:50 a.m. in many years. Unless I just wake up during the night. Or if it's the case that I just haven't gone to bed yet. Waiting on a little bit of copper sheet. 20 copper sheets. Should take about 1 minute. See you later, Aaron. Sorry that I'm so bad at reading my chat. South Africa? North Carolina, USA. North Carolina. Must admit, don't know where that is. Like, obviously, I've heard of Carolina, or just... yeah, I've heard of South Carolina for sure. Carolina. But I couldn't tell you on the map, you know. West Coast, East Coast, Central, no idea. Carolinas. U.S. states of North Carolina are considered collectively. They bordered Virginia. I know where Virginia was. There you go. I didn't know. Coastal East Coast. More you know. Alright, we just chop off these 2, and then we are good. Alright, let's just hook these last ones up then. So you're connected in there. You're connected across. That's it. So we'll just connect these to power. And that is all of our caterium. Now I had thought copper would roll along this way. Just to make the building kind of more symmetrical or something. But it could be further just out here. They do need more refineries. This needed 32.5, we did 36. The others need 52. Which is 28 and 28. Which I used to do as 14 and 14 back to back. I called it a block. So I'm just thinking if that's 36. Let me just fly for a second and see how far would it go out if it was just parallel. 36. So that'd be 44. Is each side 44? 52? It would just be out to there? Does 52 work into 4? Oh yeah, I guess so. Interesting. Then I'm tempted to go further out and just put them at the back here. And then over there, we'll do the AI limiters and assemblers and stuff. That would make sense, because these two will then have their this output is here, and the other one's output will be like there, but they can both like merge up into this area. That kind of makes sense. Because we were going further and further out to the ocean, but whatever. Last two need their pipe work doing. Oh yeah, thank you. I did forget. Hey, for anyone wondering about fluids again, we'll be powering these up, and you'll see what I'll do with my fluids, which is I'll just be not connecting up the outputs, basically. Making sure the water fills everything. So yeah, we just have to wait for a bit more concrete, but we can start hooking this up now. Oh, I have to do the water, I suppose, so let's get to that. Downstairs. And then they need their caterium input. Don't have to hook up their inputs, though. Yeah, so I would say the water pump room could be here. So this is where we'll pump up the water and feed it all along that way. So, pump up the water straight up, and then it's going to feed down the line between them. Now, I did say that it needed 780 water. Just want to make sure of that. Yeah. 780 divided by 2 separate lines. We need 390 on each line. One line will be lined up here. And another one here. Don't need this room either. This could be where the water starts, really, if you want it to be. Or we could just do them straight out in a line here, even. I'll use this space. All right, so get us started, I guess. We'll do a junction. So 390. Is that what we needed? Yeah. So 390 divided by 120 is the standard extractor. So we need 4 for this first bit, anyway. Somewhere like there, I guess. Just keeping it on the edge. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Try this. Put a row of slabs down, then put a conveyor belt in the middle, then cover it with another row of concrete slabs. Are you asking me to do that? I'm not going to do that, but I did something like that before. I made my quartz factory in my previous series was all made brutalist and using like lots of concrete. So I'd make these tunnels of just like you mentioned. It's like a concrete slab on top and on the bottom, and the belts would travel underneath, and then there would be a bridge walkway on the top. Really, really, really like that build at the end. Those builds, see, for anyone who's just watching me on my streams, I don't really do any of the cosmetics in these. I'm just trying to progress. But for the videos, I'd spend actually probably too much time on a lot of cosmetic stuff. And I tried different styles with different builds. So that was a brutalist build. Other ones would be more like metal focused and industrial looking, I guess. But yeah, I just found it took a lot of time for very little gain, but it would look nice in the end, you know. Alright, so that's going to go there. That's one row done, and we'll do the other one facing inward, I guess we could. Well, it doesn't have to be. Actually, sorry. There's room for more in there if we want it. East Coast is the best of both worlds for US anyway. Beach and mountains. Doesn't the West Coast have big mountains as well? The Rockies? Like, isn't California like... Doesn't California specifically, because it's a huge state, have like everything? It has a desert. It has really big mountain ranges. It has like the big forests of like Yosemite. It has the forest of redwoods. I feel like climate-wise and biome-wise. And then it has obviously the sunny beaches and everything. I feel like California kind of has it all. Not that I'm saying the state itself is amazing or anything, but just if we're talking pure terrain, I'm like, dude, that place, I mean, it's huge, which is something it has going for it, but that kind of has everything. I don't think I built a Mark II pipe on the other side. Actually, it needs to be Mark II, doesn't it? They don't have warm water at their beaches, lol. I don't think I've ever been anywhere where the water is warm in the ocean, but it's somewhat subjective. Some people are like, oh, this is great, this is so warm, and I'm like, it's freezing. Freezing. Oh yeah, that's why I wanted to build it one back, because that one is one back from where it needs to be. So tempted to redo that one tile back, so it's a straight line all the way. I'm going to do that just because OCD, I guess. And it won't take long. To basically build it on this foundation instead. Sorry, can't help it. Alright. Great pipes, please. Alright, that'll just go straight out there. Alaska and Texas. Alaska is a chonker of a size. Chonker. Alright. That'll be our power line done. Almost ready to power this on. It's first bit anyway. Really want to get the AI limiters done today, you know. Before we wrap up. How much time have we been going? 3.5 hours? It's got another hour and a bit. Still a lot of work to do though. How far back was that? 2 foundations. Okay, easy enough. I think it was this way. And it went up to 12. Alright, then drag this all the way across. I was playing Nier Automata, and that's got moose in it, and they're huge. I don't think they're that big. They do talk about how the what's the word? The fauna, I guess, are bigger in their post-apocalyptic world for some reason. But yeah, I've heard that moose is supposed to be huge. I was driving last night, and there's like deer on the road, just in pitch black. There's like a road that connects where I live to like going to Horsham, and it's there's no street lights. It's quite a fast road as well. It's the national speed limit road, so it's like 70 miles an hour, which is as fast as you're supposed to be able to go. And it's like 2 lanes and stuff, and there's just no lights on it. And I was just going kind of quick last night, and I just saw like a family of deer just on the side of the road. But I've seen them before where they do run out actually, but I hadn't seen it for like a year. Like, goddamn. It just made me pause and think like, oh, you want to be careful. Like, if you're going really fast and you don't expect to see anything there because it's like a fast road, there's no pedestrians, no houses, nothing. It's just fields. And then suddenly it's just like a random deer. You just destroy your car. And it hit you badly. And you'd hit it, I guess, badly. Swamp donkey. Alright, let's build our little tower that goes up here. Or not tower, but pump. I'll just do this one first, I guess. If we do a floor hole, might help us guide this one in. Oh, they're on that side. No, it needed 390. 97.5. Turning these on now because I want the machines to fill up with water, right? First, and the pipes and everything. Just totally max this out. Good by me. 97.5. 97.5. That's our 390. While I'm here in the background, just take some of that concrete out and let it refill. One pipe is on top. On top is not copper colored. There's a few like that actually, yeah. I'll go over it when they're all down though. There's a few segments that I didn't color. Because they're all the segments that connect the blueprints didn't get color yet. So there should be 5 segments each. Alright. That should be that set. So this doesn't have anywhere to go. Let's give them their pumps as well, of course. So, there. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's off. I gotta fix it. That sucks. Gotta be in the center, dude. Because otherwise, just other things, everything will break down if that happens. It's gotta be there. So annoyed at that, though. It means I have to reconnect all these. Has to be done. Has to be done. That's why you just saw, like, it's like, oh, like I know it's a small thing, but it's like, oh, the pipeline doesn't line up now. It's like, oh, now the outputs of the other stuff in future won't line up. At least not ideally. Matter? Just a little bit. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 5. Then we cut away this. This is why we don't color things till the end, by the way, as well. Because mistakes get made. Don't want to be painting things twice. Alright, cool. That's the wrong way around. It's weird. I can work in either. Oh, sorry. I love how all the moose stock and such all transpired from me looking at North Carolina. Yeah. The negative part of my brain says, "Oh, people are talking about that because they're bored with the stream." I mean, I guess it is the nature of these types of games. Not much is going to happen for a little while until it kind of gets turned on and all comes together, or when I make a massive mistake and you guys all let me know. All right, good. Alright, let's just hook that across again, and then we have to reconnect all these again. So I'll do the cables first. Did I fucking do that twice? Jeez, man. What's wrong with me? Okay, good. And then the one on the end. Still have all the copper ones to do. Alright, good. And now it lines up. All for that. Right. And I know the belt's not hooked up yet. We'll get to it. Get to it in a minute. Want the water just to be fed in. Hungry. Or thirsty, I guess. Alright, and then pump time. So that's our anchor. That should be set. And start pumping. That can go, and that can go. Alright, the water should be able to make it up top now and reach all of these machines. They're all online, so we should start seeing it filling. Right on cue. Great. Which means we could do a quick little paint job with these guys just on the pipes. Might look kind of nice. So, copper on the main one. Trivia for the win. Sharing facts and learning are fun? No, indeed. Yeah, no, I'm only joking. It's all good. Upward, I just... Yeah, no, totally. I'm only messing. It's all good. It's all good. I was saying just the negative part of my brain. If I was to really focus on it, it's obviously not that, and it's fine. Alright, good. Just connect these belts together then while I'm here. Alright, finally. That's that done. That took, I don't know how long that took, 40 minutes or something? But that should be it. Now I just need to feed in the ore. That can go up in the exact same place as the pipe. It would just need to be one layer back, or come up to the side of it and then just turn. Yeah, part of me thinks that maybe the ore should travel along here, and the pumps and pipes can go up this bit. Oh no, they wouldn't be able to reach then. I'll leave it in place because it's done now. Yeah, alright. Because I can't bring it up through here. Although I could on the side and then just turn it. So let's just see what how that would look. One will be here, for instance, and the other one will be there. Like that. That. Actually, that doesn't need to be there. It'll be there for the other side. I'm just wondering, does it need to be moved over? Yeah. Maybe on the line or just one over? Okay, it's gotta be on the line. To know. Get rid of that. Make sure it's a 2 meter. Alright, looks better. And then the next one down this way, on the line, in the same kind of configuration. Just further back. Alrighty, almost there, finally. Don't do this to me. What's the problem now? Fine, don't worry about it. You live and you learn. Or sometimes you never learn, I guess. Need to make a reversed version if we're gonna make them symmetrical. My bad. Means placing them down again. Have fun. Oh, just go in. What are they? Like 4 belts? Dart intensifies, yeah. Okay though, you know. At least I learned it before I did the copper ones. I'll make an alternate or rotated version for them too. And that way they can be symmetrical. I'll just paint it when we actually put them down. And these are okay. That's all good. So I'll just say R. Reversed. Okay, so you can go. I remember when I put the first one down, I remember thinking something was odd because the mergers were misaligned with each other. And I was like, oh, that doesn't matter, right? It did make me pause for a second though. I was like, supposed to be symmetrical. Shame on me for not thinking for more than a few seconds about why that would be, you know. There's the reverse direction. Now, before I commit to putting them all down, is this correct? So we need that aligned. And these should be aligned as well, no? Or have I done something else? Thank God. Yeah, thank God for blueprint dismantle as well. When that was, blueprints were in for a little while before the blueprint dismantle was in. That was still kind of a nightmare. Yeah, so these don't necessarily need to line up. It doesn't matter. But are they heading the right way now? Oh, they're not. So was I not supposed to rotate these? Oh, I'm kind of confused why that would be the case. I'm just a dumbass. Mark 5 and that's Mark 4. Yeah, so just the input was backwards? How's that even a thing? I thought surely the whole thing needed to be reversed. So, what's the layout there? Like that. And I'm choosing to do this. How is it that the, like full rotation, how is it that the mergers could still be in the right direction? I don't really get that. Wait. Oh. Oh no, they are the right thing, is it? Am I just losing my mind? Oh, it is right. No, it's not. No, it's not. If anything, these are going like a weird way. Why are they going that way? They could actually all merge up onto one belt, so that's actually nice. This could just swoop around into this one. And then I wanted... Where are they going to go? I want them to go that way. Yeah, so actually, this is fine then. We'll leave it the way it is. Nothing else needs to change. Just got to put these down. But yeah, I don't know. My mind is a little bit broken by that. By chimney side, which is the inputs, are facing north. Yet, if... Well, I'm so losing my mind here. What the fuck is going on? Why am I confused by this? Just because it's inverted. So that would be wrong. Yeah, okay. So then our reversed version, it's coming towards me. The input, unless I do that, which way it's in, now it's going the right way, and then this, in theory, is going the right way as well, but I actually want it to go the other way. That's what's happened in my mind. Okay, I got it. Basically, this should have been going that way the whole time. That was just a mistake on my part, so I can just quickly load up the reversed version, which is actually accurate. I was trying to think, like, why is one side not right and the other is? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's because it's actually always been wrong. That's why. So I was just getting a bit extra confused there. Right, well, anyway, we'll just load up the reverse and then we can redirect it. Because there's no machines down this way. You know, I want them to turn around and go up there. I'll have to fix that for the copper ones as well. But good again to catch before it went too far. So these are just going to be turned around again one more time. Sorry about that. Funniest 2 minutes of stream, me just being like confused, not understanding. It's so weird. Every now and then that does happen lately where I'm just like, this doesn't make any sense. As if physics themselves like have been defied. Physics itself. Well, knowing that we're going to merge these up now. And how big is this belt going to be? It's 390. So Mark 4 is going to be fine. Alright, better. It's super efficient. Kind of. Save that. And we'll place these back down. Man, I thought it took 40 minutes and I said that was long. It's after taking like an hour now. At least. Probably way longer for all I know. Excuse me. Godspeed. It's freaking me out when the whole thing glows red because I'm not actually selecting everything. Having both sides share a single merger manifold would save space. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I think that's okay. But you're right. That would be kind of interesting. You could build a blueprint where, yeah, they just stack these stack on top of them. You have to merge somewhere else though. Then I guess eventually. That this time I just plan on doing this. It just goes back down the line. All right. And we've increased the belt now to cope with that. Hopefully, we'll just attach these again. Just hook these up to an awesome sync so we can turn them on and get them running, allow the miners and the trains and everything to do something. You can only imagine how long it took me to do the copper caterium refinery, which was 490 refineries, all done in this style, by the way. Except even more complicated because they were fed through a floor hole. Each machine was fed through a floor hole. So every time I had to make changes, I had to go downstairs, like, into this other room. Figure out what the hell was wrong with it. Ugh. Pain. Okay, almost there. Alright, water's flowing through, it's all good. Nice. Alright, we could send up the ore. Just want to hook up some awesome sinks, and then they can actually start churning out the caterium ingots, which will smash into Quickwire, although we're going to mix it. Yeah, we're going to do fused Quickwire with assemblers. Get more bang for our buck. So this is ultimately where we come out, and it can all just fit into one awesome sink. Alright, let's turn this bad boy on. Missed the belt connection in the last run. You know, I don't think I've done any of these ones yet. Nor did I do the pipes actually yet. Okay, I think that's it, unless I've missed another belt connection. It's alright to me, on first glance. Alright, let's try to get them their ore. So, the idea was that we'd have 2 sets of belts running this way. I think this will work. Alright, so the idea being well, it's 780 divided by 2. Let's just do Mark 4 belts, I guess. Well, actually, could it be Mark 3? 780 divided by 2? No, it's got to be 4. Alright, cool. Right. And the ones traveling under will be the copper that goes further down the line to the next row. So they're still high enough to clear the water, hopefully. They'll do the same thing when, you know, the further down they get. Rightio. So the 2 caterium belts are on the top. These ones. I suppose we'll just get these and bring them down further. What did that just tell me, by the way? You've been streaming for 4 hours or something. Alright, Mark 4, in you go. And you, sir, will go into the further one over. And then you connect up, and this will turn everything on. And that goes in. What the hell happened there? Oh yeah, they're lower down. Hmm. I'll fix that. Oh, you're killing me, man. Alright, better. Right, we just need to do the floor hole for that guy. I forgot to do that. Alright, good. Finally. So it'll take a little while as the caterium ore makes its way down, but these should be totally full of water, so there's no problem there. We'll just give it some time. And our lovely golden caterium ingots are finally rolling out after like 2 hours or something. It's so ridiculously long. I mean, if you want to count doing the train line as well, it's all part of the same thing. It's taken so long to do that. Longer than it should have. Yeah, it's going into an awesome sync, so that's fine. It'll keep rolling now. Only temporarily. Obviously, in the future, this is going to go into... it's going to kind of combine up with some copper ingots, which will be made around the same area. The copper ingot line should end about here. So, about there. So these will merge up with those and go into a series of assemblers. I can't remember how many. Oh, sorry, we're doing Quickwire. Yep. Is it assemblers? Yeah, I wrote down refineries, but yeah, it's assemblers. So 52 assemblers for that. We'll do blueprint of that soon enough. And that's going to make 4,000 something Quickwire per minute. It's the goal today. The goal will be then to put it into AI limiters. The other missing component of the AI limiters would be the plastic, which we already make. So the plastic's done, and here. It'd be a matter of combining them all up. We need 546 plastic per minute. We make 1,326. The remnants of that number, right? 1326 minus 546, which is what we need, leaves us with a perfect 780. So we could try to combine things up and just take a 780 belt off of it somehow. And that's how we know how much we have. Like if it was overflow, I guess. There you go. So it'll take a little while for the green lights to stream all the way down, but it should happen. Give them some time. It's just going to be a matter of getting the ore into this place. Ah, buffers. Buffers, buffers, buffers. Who doesn't love buffers? Do we need buffers on this side? I don't think we do. Each belt only is supposed to carry 390, but it's capable of doing 480. And there's 2 of them. So I actually think we're totally fine. I don't think you need a buffer. Buffers for life? I don't think I need one here. But I feel like I might when it comes to the copper. So I'm going to push that problem later down the line for Darren to figure out later. So I'll just say, like, yeah, I think no buffer is needed. Because we need 390. We're providing 480 coming out of there. So the output out after, is higher than what it would need to be. So no buffer is really quite needed. I like using industrial storage just to connect both train outputs, just for faster unload. That's for future Darren to worry about. Exactly, right? It's probably okay, but if it's not, someone else will figure that out later down the line. Oh, wow. Even our pumps have stalled. There's so much water. Alright, so the next thing now is to do the exact same thing again, but hopefully quicker now that we've learned a few lessons along the way about doing copper. But the copper ones we need 52 refineries. So 52 divided by 2 is 26. 26 divided by 4. So we now need 6.5 blueprints. So we need to put down 7 of the same blueprint over and over and over again. maybe to break up the monotony while we wait for things to build up as well, after we put down the first ones, we could go try and do that milestone. I think it said we needed 100 supercomputers, which I think we will have now. Alright, so let me just open that blueprint. We'll just make adjustments to it, because it's the same layout. Pretty much. The volume's way higher, so belt speed will need to be higher, and we might need to do belts that rise up and over each other. The volume that we're expecting out is 1,950. $487.5. I know that number well. Built like 30 of those blocks that did 487.5 in the previous playthrough. I'm just trying to think. 47.5. Well, ultimately there's going to be 2 groups. So each group is making 975. Yeah, so we need to create a variant of the blueprints where their belts are raised so they can go up and over each other. Alright, should be quick enough. So you load the pure caterium ingot. Change this to copper. The recipe doesn't have to be adjusted. Just standard, I think. Place that along here. Alright, so that's set. They have their water input hooked up. Their copper ore, 15 per minute. The copper ore ultimately is only going to be a 780 belt being split twice, so this also stays the same. So that's good. Water stays the same, and the output for now can stay the same. Although, in theory, we'd like the output to travel the opposite direction. Learned that. So yeah, let's get that output going that way. Power's in place and everything, so that's all good. Yeah, this will be quicker. Hopefully learned all of the mistakes of the first one. That way storage can output while the train is away. Well, that's still going to be happening here. Storage won't be outputting while the train is loading and unloading, but it won't need to, based on the numbers anyway. I'm pretty sure. Like I said, the belt is coming out at 480. So if you dump 2,000 ore or whatever into ingots, whatever it is ore. If you dump 2,000 ore into the train station, and you only need 390 per minute coming out, or pulling out 480, the time it stopped loading and unloading doesn't matter anymore. Because we're still gaining 90 extra per minute. Unless, you know, the amount that would have come out is less than the time that was stalled. But it isn't. It's like 20 per minute that you have, give or take, not 90. So it should be okay. But visually, yeah, the belts are going to stop. But logically, none of the machines will. If it's done correctly. Pure copper ingot. 2 meter height? Or no meter height? The other one's going to be... I'll just say raised for the other one. And just to really work this out, it only needs 2 different belts. Yeah. Okay. That's our standard version. Now we'll do the raised version. Raise it to here to make life a little easier. Using lifts and things. Now, as for how many, we only need, I don't know how many of these we'll need. Not as many as the others, in theory, but those would be nice to make it even. request. Can you show the train track you laid to take input? Yeah, we'll ride the train back and forth one more time in a little bit. Not for a few more minutes. When I run out of materials, putting all these down, which won't take too long. So that's the raised version. The inputs never need to be raised. Okay, so now we just do the same, but we go with the reversed. This is still correct. It's just that it's rotated in the designer, which freaked me out for a second. So that doesn't need to change. Yep. So we'll just save that with copper in mind now. I don't know if I painted the other ones. It doesn't really matter, but we'll just paint these ones real quick. Heal. Okay. Save that as pure copper ingot reversed. And then we need to do reversed raised. Merge the output belts and split them again, so you'll always get the same load on each belt. You didn't read our previous chat? No, yeah, I mean, I would like to do that. That would be good. I was just thinking about how to do that. I was more thinking, like, as long as each group has the same amount of machines before I raise these, then it'll be okay. I'll probably do it in a bit more of a manual way. I can't really merge anything and then disconnect them. Don't think. Anyway, sure, no issue. I'm just not able to make up my mind how to run a train track. I wouldn't say that mine are particularly impressive. I just have a single track specifically for this factory. There's no junctions. It doesn't do anything else. So, if you want to know about actual transport logistics, this won't be the train track to look at. Just literally picking one thing up, going through, picking two things up, I guess, and bringing them into one station, then going back. Single line. It's like a local line for the factory, I guess. What I often call it. A little local line. Alright. Raised. I'm gonna fit the word raised, but I'll just leave it like that. It's fine. Okay, I think that's all of them I need. Now, get it to be equal. It said it needed 6.5, so 3 blueprints in a row, then with one machine different, would be the even amount. So we'll start with the non-raised. That's the first one. And is that where we start? Or we start further back? I guess we don't need the gap. We'll get rid of the gap. Alright, so we needed 6.5 of these. So that's 3.25 of them, if you want to think of it that way. 0.25 of 4 machines is 1, so... I just realized though, is this wrong? It is. This is the reverse. My bad. It's a close one. That's the one. Oh, the belts are almost the wrong way around there. They weren't set to copper? Too late now. I'll just fix that myself then, if that's the case. So 3, and then this would be number 4. Oh, this is 3, sorry. This would be number 4. 5. 6. And that'll be our half one. Just before we head off, need to raise the outputs on this side for... Oh yeah, sorry, we didn't need to do that many. 1, 2, 3. And then that machine would have to be raised. So I can do that in a second. Get rid of these. But I think the way I'm going to do it is just use the raised variant here. Sorry, that one will not need to be raised. It'll need to stay on the ground. That's the difference. And that will give us an equal amount on both belts. Pretty sure. And then we're lacking 2 machines here at the end. I think. So just really quickly, I'm just going to count up how many of these refineries we have. Right, it should be 28 by the time we get them all. Hang on. 28. Struggling, man. I'm at the limits of my mental capacity here. It's 26, not 28. Okay, that's good. That's what it should be then. Because we got 24 and there's 2 missing. Good. Really worried there for a sec. If there's 2 missing then, so yeah, so it's 13 machines, so it's 4, 8, 12, and then this one. So this one just needs to be lowered, that's all. That gives us an equal belt now. All the belts should be equal, I think. There's 13 machines here, and then there will be 13 here. There should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yep, because we're just missing those final 2 components. We can do them now. And then just get rid of these 2 on the end, and that's that. That way we don't need any mergers or splitters. Hopefully that's alright. Yeah, it's 26. Sorry, I don't know why I had 28 in my mind. That's what we like to see. 390 per minute. Green lights across the board. Hopefully no flickering. Good. Yeah, I'm just going to connect these up, then we're going to make a little run, just do something a bit different for a few minutes, and then come back. Ride the rails as well and see how it's going, but just hook these up first. And then we just have to copy this line, do another line on the opposite side, but it's going to be that reversed version. That's not too bad. Less errors with this one so far. Oh yeah, and you said the recipe might not be set, so I'll just check that. Alright, cool. Just the power lines that need to be hooked up then. Oh yeah. Oh my god, I was gonna say they don't have a power line on them. That would have been really annoying. So for now, I'll just do that. $26 and $26. Big power demand of all this. Luckily, we're using all that diluted fuel, right? Would have run out otherwise. No way we would have been able to power all this. Each one of these is 30 megawatts. Megatots. Alright, and there we are. Put it there. 2 lines, so you're set to copper, so these ones are correct. We'll check the ones that are lower. Might be the ones that were reversed that I didn't do. That's okay. And that's okay. Alright, we're good for now. Pick those other ones later. Alright, so yeah, let's just take a little mini break and go do something else for a moment. See if I can catch up with the chat a bit better. I'll widen it out so I can see more of what you're saying. Take a drink. Actually, let's get in the train, then I'll take a drink. Alright, so far, copper, or sorry, caterium is totally done. Caterium ingots are done. We're halfway done with the copper ingots. We're making progress. We just have to wait for the train to come by now. We'll go ride the rails, and then we'll zip line back home. We'll advance a milestone, if we can. And then maybe I could look into the fuse frame thing. Because in order for this place to run at 100%, we need the miners to be Mark III, and they're only Mark II at the moment. So we will actually run out of ore, and the machines will sputter if we don't get on top of that. See where the train is. On its way now. Game needs a copy and paste too. You can copy and paste. Oh, like a section? Definitely. That's one of the things I loved about Shape C when I played it was all the quality. Everything is like it's like quality of life the game in terms of factory building. It's like, oh, you can just copy all of this section. It's like you could just select the whole area, copy it. You press F and it'll flip it. You press Shift F and it'll mirror it. So keep the logic in place, but just mirror the outputs and inputs. It's like, damn. They like thought of everything. Oh, and there's no splitters or mergers in the game. Instead, you just do a belt. So it's like, okay, the belt's going to go this way. And then we're going to go here. And then you're like, oh, you know what? Actually, I need to take some off of this. So just go like that. And it just splits it dynamically. Which is so good. So you can just split off that way and just split off like another way, whatever, you know. Just automatically latching onto the end there. But it's like that becomes a splitter. And then you're just like, oh no, I don't want that, just get rid of it. It's so good that way. It's like, oh my god. Never thought of it, where it's like, I don't need Factorio's little arms coming out and grabbing things. I don't need ore splitters, you know, bringing things under and over. And I don't need or Satisfactory's version of like a little box that things actually physically split inside of. It's like, what if the belt just knew what to do? And it works, you know? It's pretty cool. What do you got? Full load. Not gonna be able to unload though now. Oh, I guess we'll head down here. Whoop. Any ideas what Mark 6 belts will need in terms of how to build them? Yeah, I don't know. You can look it up on the wiki actually, but I have no idea what you need to build a Mark 6 belt. This is my rail line. Pretty straightforward. Just a single line with two locomotives, right? One to allow it to go back and forth. Station where you arrive has to be facing the direction of the train that's pulling into it. So we can't pull into this one because the station's facing the opposite direction. But we'll get it on the way back. Ixonium and time crystals, if my memory serves, for Mark 6. Yeah, it's... Oh, and fixite trigons, says Skrillison. Yeah, it's just stuff I haven't even seen yet, you know? It's crazy. Oh yeah, I have to remove those poles. Because they're the thing that's making the place look bad, not all the other stuff. Anyway, that's basically it. It's like the most basic train line ever, almost. The only way it could be more basic is if there was only one, like two stations either side. So yeah, let's go home for a little bit. See if we can advance the next milestone, get our Mark III miners. Maybe try and cook some aluminum casing, mix it with some nitrogen gas. Make some fused frames kind of quickly. We have some nitrogen gas next to our aluminum factory. I just don't know if I can store up the casing or not. Might be able to. Don't you need buffers on the output? No, I don't. Not with the numbers that we're dealing with. Maybe for the copper, I have to think about the copper number, but the caterium number is... The output on both trains would be 390 per minute. And we have a 480 belt pulling the stuff out. So because our belt speed is faster than our desired output, we don't need a buffer. For the copper, though, it might be different. I have to look into it. No, it's the same with the copper, because it's the same amount of ore. It's 780 ore. There's 2 outputs. That makes it 390. Both of them doing 480 belts. So, yeah. Yeah, because we've got more stations. Well, actually, even if we only had the 1 station, but if we had 2 outputs, it would still be okay. The point is that we've got 2 outputs. 1 belt is going in. You know, the source belt is a 780. It's 1 belt. So if we can pull out 2 of that, then it's always going to be more than we need. If we were only pulling out 1 780 though, then it'd be a problem. My drones never power down, by the way. Remember when we added up all the numbers for fuel? They're all totally good, because it seemed like it was consuming more, but it does seem like it does not factor in the fact that they sit there idle. So the per minute number is per minute of travel time, not per minute all time. Alright. This is where, that's where our nitrogen gas is, by the way, just right down there. So that's where we'll make our fused frames, even if, albeit temporary. Just need enough to build 2 Mark III miners, so that means we need 18 fused frames. We've already got a few. And this is where I need my casing. Oh yeah, we've got 3,000 there. Nice. Oh yeah, there's nothing going in there because we cut that off. All the casing is now being used. And used well. None of the machines are getting backed up. Nice. This is, apparently was built quite well. Albeit small, but it works. I'm a bit surprised when I come across my builds and I'm like, wow, it's actually running totally fine. You know if you right click, it toggles the zipline? Yep. I don't want to ever buy anything from the Awesome Shop, but thank you. I think it's a waste of tickets. It's each to their own. You need something like 3,000 tickets or something to get all the items in the game. And I just feel like... I mean, all these statues and stuff. Obviously, you can leave things running and everything. If you make high volume factories, you're good, but... I would just rather the ticket. 'Cause tickets, frankly, are harder to get than any item. At least to me. But if you don't really care about the statues, then it's like, yeah, totally. Then you've done everything in the Awesome Shop by like tier 4 or 5. You may as well just like, crank out things. What do you mean you'd rather have the ticket? I'll explain it now in a sec. By showing it. I actually don't even think I have the screws to build an Awesome Shop. It's kind of embarrassing. Probably some down here somewhere. Or the shop itself is down here. I don't know. I thought I always kept 500 in my cloud, but it wasn't there. Oh, I have what I need. Cool. Right, so here's what I mean by I'd rather have the ticket. The people are like, oh, you know, throw a ticket in the thing and you get the Cyberwagon. Buy the Cyberwagon. It's like, I don't want that. I'd rather keep the tickets. So my tickets are in the Awesome Sync. This place is pretty laggy while I'm streaming, I guess. I think I didn't build that big, actually. Right, so we've got 378 tickets. Could farm DNA points to boost it quite a bit, actually, but 378 tickets. Seems like a lot, right? Why don't you just buy items or something with them? Well, for me, anyway, just the way I want to play is that I want to get the statues. So we need 25 for this one, 50, and then 150, and then 50, then 100, 200, and 1,000. So that's 1,350, 1,500, 1,550, 1,575. So you need 1,575 tickets to get all your statues, which there's an achievement for, and there's no mods in this game. Well, the mods don't break achievements anyway, but there's no advanced game settings or mods or anything, right? So I want the golden nut. Who doesn't? You know, we're all seeking it in many ways. So you want me to go in here and just waste a ticket on casing or frames? Are you mad? 7 tickets? Now maybe at the very end of the game or later. I haven't beaten the game ever before. We're actually at the furthest I've ever gotten, technically, in some ways. In other ways, this is nothing compared to some of the things I've built, but in terms of the progression tree, this is the furthest I've gone. Maybe later we'll get some items that will just like bang it up really fast, you know? But at the moment we're throwing in a huge amount of points, and it's taking, I don't know, an hour for like 1 ticket. So, you know, I want to save my tickets. Now at the same time, I have a biofuel factory that I could be farming DNA points like nobody's business, with sloops and stuff, and I'm actually preserving biofuel so much that we've got 80,000 in storage, 80,000 packaged biofuel just sitting there, and I'm like, I'll do something with that one day. I don't know what, but we'll do something. So yeah, so that's my reasoning. But if you don't care about the statues, then obviously just use the ticket system to buy the things you need to advance milestones or whatever it is. I do not begrudge you that, but hopefully that at least provides my reasoning, which frankly is more important. Right, there's 100 supercomputers, just like that, and then we need the 50 fused frames. We have 52, those of which I just found around hard drive sites. Have to wait for steel pipe to build up, or we could just go upstairs and go get some. You get a stack, not just one item. Still, I wouldn't care if I got 10,000. I'm not even joking. Well, actually, that would be a bit different because I could sync them. They'd probably give me a lot of tickets. But, yeah, so, you know, beyond the obvious, if I couldn't sync them, let's say, it wouldn't matter how much you give me. The fact that I can make them, but I can't really make tickets as well. I'd rather just make the item. I came up here for a reason. Steel pipe. You never remember where anything is. You have to look for it coming out. Am I low on it or something? I'm not really seeing it coming out at all either. Oh, sorry, it'd be coming out here. I'm such an idiot. In our Tesseract. I think it's the one on the very top, yeah. Now, while I'm here, actually, just we can line up some of these. I know that I needed 6, 7. Got almost everything. Maybe I'll just take some extra steel pipes for myself. Copper sheet. Motors. The rest is fine. All right. Leading edge production. Once you start drinking plutonium rods, it's all gravy on tickets. Yeah, I've never gotten there. I look forward to it though. Sounds great. Sounds tasty. And if that's the case, then I'll quote, you know, or, pun intended, eat my words about saving your tickets. If it turns out like, oh, at the end of the game, it's very easy to get tickets. Even like high, you can easily get that 1,500, for instance. Then I'd be like, yeah, okay, maybe then. But I've never gotten there, and I don't know. I don't watch videos on the game really, so I don't know. So my innate sense is save your tickets. You know, that's just my gut feeling. I know speedrunners don't care about like that stuff, so they'll just quickly go in and advance all their milestones quickly by targeting certain things that they need to get. So definitely not saying that you should do it. It's just something that I'm doing.
The Miner Mark III provides top-of-the-line resource extraction potential, making it even easier to contribute to project assembly.
Can we craft?
Project part number 8, the thermal propulsion rocket, is the most complex project part of this phase as it requires turbo motors, and thus requires your best. Fix it, didn't think pioneers such as you could get this far. I am glad we have both proven them wrong.
Same. I know. Should really automate your portable miners. Now you're right there. I don't know if I'm right. I might not be. Maybe you can... Maybe tickets are really easy later on. And I'm being overly cautious, you know? But yeah, we'll see. Particle enrichment. I've never seen turbo motors, so what does it take to make them? I'm assuming motors. Oh, we make radio. Oh, I make all of this. Dude, this is easy. I mean, making them in high volume, not easy. But making these things, it's fine. Got a load of them. Got a bunch of that stuff already. I could make some motors in the background. Easy. Just in one machine. That's done. I'll not list that off. We're already making that. We're not making these. I did build a factory in my... As I mentioned before in update 7, that was a 16 per minute fused modular frame factory. I took in a huge amount of my casing. And then it made 20 heavy modular frames. So it made 20 heavy modular frames and 16 fused frames. Like the two products, those are the two outputs. Because obviously you must have made even more and then used some in that. But yeah. Alright. Let's get going back down to what's it called? That place where the nitrogen gas is, and maybe I can just manually craft a few little, or manually kind of put together a few fuse frames. Then we can get our Miner Mark III operational. I'm pressing E, but it won't let me interact with it. A lot of fused frames. Yeah, it was a huge... It's the biggest factory I've ever made. Actually, not true. I guess the copper caterium one is. Yeah, so second biggest. 16... I think I want to say it was 16.5. I have that in my head for some reason. But yeah, it was one of the last videos I did in that Update 7 series, so people could go check it out. It's on the channel somewhere. Never did make a road down here. Hey, J Fox. Yeah, so for those who don't know, the copper and caterium factory, the idea was to get all of the copper and all of the caterium in the grassy fields biome, bring it into one factory, and smelt it all with the most efficient recipes and the max melt speed in mind. The idea being that this will sort out copper and caterium forever. And I think it would have. Even knowing people have, I don't know the exact numbers at the end of the game. People say you need a lot of copper powder. It's like, I think this actually would have handled that. So it was making 12,500 copper ingots per minute. For caterium, I don't quite remember because I just turned it straight up into Quickwire, and I think it was something like 13,000 Quickwire, something like that. Maybe more. I can't really remember actually. But yeah, certainly the copper was 12,500, I think. 12,500 copper ingots per minute. I want to say 420 refineries, 430 refineries just for copper. It was a big mess, big project. Actually, it wasn't messy at all. It was very clean, but it was just really big. Temporary. It's not supposed to be there. So fuse frames. So casing. which is right behind me. I have to go pick that up. Heavy modular frames, which you can pick up as well. Let me just go get that casing. Now I need 18, so I guess I could work out exactly how much I need. This makes 1.5 per minute. We can do 12 cycles. Everything times 12 basically is what I need. 12 times 75. Oh, we could sloop as well, actually. Forgot about that. Need 900 casing. Bring that then. Just be safe. All right. Didn't really mean to go in there. This was built before. It used to be just a single bridge, and then I added the turn. So ideally there'd be a second one of those or something. This is my radio control unit factory. We just built this recently. Quite happy with this one. It's quite cool. It's done in like really small modules, like one over there, one here. There's one just down there. And then there's this one that's kind of growing in size over here. So we'll need a blender. And we'll need some gas. So that's my gas pipeline. I suppose I could just grab a different extraction well. Oh yeah, batteries. Diffuse modular frame, so I guess we'll get our sloop. Oh wow, we've got 7? Put 4 in there? I don't know what this will do to my power, but I want to know. What was that noise? We've got some power, right? Let's see what happens. So 50, that, and then we just have to turn it on to allow it to get its gas. 37.5 per minute. I don't know what we're giving it. No power. Did I not just... Oh. There we go. The gas is going in now. This will give us twice the amount out. Allow us to build quite a few. That factory was absolutely nuts. Needed an internal hypertube network just to get around. Yeah, that was cool. And it kept growing. It expanded into, like, some of the ingots that we decided to do things with went into a factory nearby, but then that one started to grow and they almost started to merge because it was like you need a bridge bringing all this stuff into the other one. There was like 8 belts or something that had to come across, so you needed like a huge connection. I'm not, I was gonna say a bit disappointed. You don't see the, where's the vent? You know, it's always my favorite thing. You can see a little bit, oh there we go. Is the vents around this side? Yeah. My favorite thing with these. It's taking 300 megawatts clean of power. I forgot, I'm not boosting it, I guess, so we could really throw it up there. Let's give it the old 200. See where we're at then. We need 18 in total. We're doing 6 per minute apparently. Oh, and it didn't sloop the first one actually, right? It only is doing that now. Yeah. 750 megawatts. Getting more serious. It's gonna take 93.75 gas. So I have to increase the output of this, right? For a bit. It's 750 per minute. That seems really high. 750 per minute. Oh, but we're not tapping everything right now. Oh, so that is okay then. I was just worried that these would run short, or at the other ones. But they'll be okay. 75 per minute. It's not going to be quite enough with just one. There we go. Oh. Is it more than that? Probably, yeah, it's like 200 a minute. Nice. Good stuff. Sloops really bump up power demand. Yeah, they're so extreme. That's cool though, I like that. 1007 megawatts. 1007.3. We needed, what was it, 18 I said? Yeah, we need 20 in total, so. Yeah, I got 15. We're doing it. And then what else do we need for the Mark III miners? Supercomputers. So I've already got 20, so that's good. And turbo motors, which I happen to find some, so got a few. This place running tip-top shape, I hope so. Don't want to see any yellow lights, anything flickering. Looks good to me. Damn good. Good night, Ian. Sorry if I missed any extra chat. Yeah, having to pay for it in power balances out. And then you can throw them in and get more power out of them as well with the power augmenters. I haven't found enough sloops to even build one of those yet. Almost, though. We've got 7, so it's like... But you need 10? Yeah. I actually have a bunch in a factory right now, making the biofuel. Probably about 6 of them in there. I'm just gonna keep letting this do its... I suppose we don't have to wait here. I was gonna wait until all the casing is gone. Is it empty yet? It'll be done in a second. I suppose we'll just stay here and finish it off. We can just delete it. Or at least disconnect it. Just came by and I saw I need to step up my pace to stay ahead of you. Oh, and thank you, by the way, for the super chat. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. EM. And hey, Coco Bandicoot. Alright, we're just about emptied out. That's good. We can get a few extra Mark III miners if we need to in the future then. What time is it? I'm over my time. I'd really like to... Ugh, I don't know if I'll be able to. Maybe we can at least get the copper. I'll be back tomorrow, but tomorrow definitely we'll have the AI limiters and the circuit boards. Oh, show. Alright, that's done. That's done. So it's gonna make 2 more. And then it's GG. Alright, just disconnect this stuff. $35. $37. Alright. Job done. Get out of here. Let's head back. Oh man, if only I had some time, you know. I can make that look pretty good, I think. I just like that it's all irregular heights. I think that can make it quite interesting for building. I frequently end up buying plastic, rubber, and packaged fuel to unlock the jetpack a bit earlier. Yeah, I've heard that a lot actually. That is a good idea, right? Because it makes life so much easier. Honestly, anything you could do to get to the hover pack quicker probably would really be good. Yeah, I don't really like hypertube cannons, personally. I'm just not a fan of hypertubes generally. I just slapped down a quick ghetto rubber plastic factory as soon as I unlock oil. Yeah, I agree with that, Sinister. Actually, it's a good point. That's what we did. I think even in my last series I did that. It's like, you just build literally one refinery for plastic, one for rubber, and then one to handle like the waste or something, and that's it. And that's enough to just give it a few minutes and you have what you need then, right? So yeah. The train here? No. Pull them out in the water, we'll get rid of some of this stuff. Train's here now. No dimensional storage for encased industrial beams. There should be. Oh yeah, it's not going up. Oh, because it's full. The dimensional storage is full. 400 is the... It can only store 100, and I've got 4 stacks. It's a good call, though, because if I just pull it out, it'll gain. Yeah. Good spot, though, Victor. Good spot. Because I thought this... I was looking at it like, what? Yeah, why is it at 407? Could also have just built a train and driven along here. Alright, here we are then. So, we need to place just the extra... Oh, damn it! I needed to, build the miners. Yeah, Ryan just said that as well. Ah. I collide with my friend train. That's okay. Wow, the light. Never seen that before. That was funny. You turn off the light. I know you can't. Oh shit. That's not my fault. Come on. Oh, now I'm stuck. Doesn't let you destroy it while it's moving. I do remember that. I'll turn that one back on in just a moment. Oh yeah, I never did build the hypertube up here. Oh, everything's so half-assed. Or get rid of the trees. Ugh. Thick. 1200 a minute. That's a little overkill. We wanted to do 780. Thank you. Let me get to that train. The hell is this? Oh, it's, yeah. I thought it was another freight carriage that was painted black. I was like, what? Alright, yeah. Yeah. Off you go. FYI, you can't delete moving trains. A ladder would do it just fine. That's true. I was thinking of putting a little jump pad in, actually, just when I was doing that jumping. Like, that could be cute. Alright, there we go. A little side mission of doing the level 3 miners is done. Now we can use our full potential of a belt. There's actually no caterium ore built up on that. Wow. Okay. Boom. What we like to see. Speed. Alright. Drive it back. Probably collide again, but that's part of the fun. Why do I need so much caterium? We're making AI limiters. So I thought I would just tap one node completely anyway. Well, for the belt speed we're at, so 780 per minute. And using 780 per minute between all the refineries. So unfortunately with caterium, the rate that you get out of pure caterium, the refineries. Sorry, I'm just speaking so slowly because I'm worried about that train. I don't know why. Anyways, right, so 780 ore for caterium, you get half that in terms of ingots when you use the pure recipe, and that's like one of the best recipes. So it's like, oh, okay, we can only get 390 per minute. 390 ore. Now, caterium ore, or ingots, caterium ingots go pretty far with different things like Quickwire and stuff. I think it's mostly Quickwire. You get high volume Quickwire out. But I wanted to build AI limiters that we'll need for the magnetic field generators and it's an electromagnetic control rods, I think it was. I've never built any of that stuff before. This is all new territory for me. So I was just thinking like, well, let's just try to use one node completely. Get everything we can out of it. Make as many AI limiters as we possibly can, and we should be good from then on forever. So this is the recipe that we're doing. 780, you notice that's my current best belt speed, is the ore that we're going to get out for caterium and for copper. In 32 refineries, we then get 390 ingots out, but we get 1,950 ingots out of this one. These will combine in 52 assemblers to make 4,680 quickwire per minute. That's 6 belts of 780. 3 of those belts will go into making AI limiters. 3 other belts will go into making circuit boards. To make the other part of the AI limiters, we need plastic. So that's already been done. We've got oil, 1,989 oil, because it's based on what we could provide here. We could do more oil if we wanted to. In 66.3 refineries, that's going to give us 546 plastic to mix with the quickwire I just mentioned to give us the 156 AI limiters. The byproduct of which is heavy oil, which we're turning into diluted fuel, which is powering pretty much this entire build, which is great. That's already done. All the bottom is done. Where we're at in this chain right now is I'm building this part, and then we need to build this part, and then we need to build these parts. So the bottom is done. The plastic, the oil, the fuel, the train is done. The ore collection, the water extractors, for the most part, done. We just need to do a little bit now for that. So we're almost there. Now, 546 circuit boards seems like a pretty good amount to me. I don't know how many you need later on. 156 AI limiters, that seems pretty good too. Because we could do even more, right? I've got more plastic and I've got more quickwire, so we just keep going. But it did seem like we can build both of these. It's kind of, which is kind of nice. Speaking of being kind of nice, I'm just going to move these two back. No, can't really do it that way. Michael Ford, thanks very much for the super chat. Or sorry, the channel membership. I'll bring that back to here. This back to here. Might look a bit better that way, because then they're at the same layer, if that makes sense. Because they are. And then rather conveniently, yeah, 780, a full belt of plastic can roll into these. So, the reason I started thinking of any of this was, it says up in the top right, you need magnetic field generators. Never built them, so don't know much about them. I do have 10 versatile framework at the moment, I think. I think it's 10. Check, actually in here for that. Yes, I've got 10. So because I got 10, I could build 4 of these. That's 4 per minute. That'd be 4 of these per minute if I wanted to use them all. And we want to do nuclear. So for these printed 4, 8, 12, 16, that's 16 AI limiters. So I guess actually I built a lot of AI limiters that I might not need. But I think we'll probably use them for something else. I'm guessing they do other things. 2 recipes we don't know about. There's also supercomputers further down the line. And the high-speed connectors was something I was thinking about. Yeah, so we could redirect it into more circuit boards if we preferred. So that's also a nice option to have. But anyway, there you go. Yep, so that was my thought process. So that's what we're working towards at the moment. Right, whoops, sorry about that. So now we've just increased the throughput of our ore to be 780 per minute. So now we can sustain all of these refineries that we're building. And these should stay powered on now. So we had said that we're going to take this, we're going to reverse it, R, and make it the opposite, like so. And then do this, I think, a certain amount of times. Just pave that out as well. 6.5 times with the one in the middle, so 13 machines. They need 4 belts out. That's the complicated thing. And then in this big gap here, that's where we'll do all the assembly. So all the ingots and stuff that comes out of here, all the plastic comes out in that central point over there. It's just going into 4 awesome sinks right now. So there's 4 belts of plastic. There's going to be 4 belts of copper. There's going to be 1 belt of Quickwire. Or caterium. But there will be 6 belts of Quickwire. So it's quite the plan. Anyway, how do you like Mila now? I just started using it recently. I've been enjoying it for what I need. I'm going to use it for illustrating things back to people in Satisfactory. I don't really use it for myself. I have copious amounts of notes that I keep. Although, it certainly is good when I organize after the fact. It makes reading and planning things very easy. Actually, you know what? I also use it for... I've been working on Manor Lords as design and writing. Doing design and writing. And I've been using it for that. So actually, yeah. I found it very good, but I can't say I've really used anything else before, other than Microsoft OneNote. But I've never used any other competing sort of planner / mood board thing. I've been using it for D&D and tabletop stuff. Did you guys hear about it from me? Or did you know about it from someone else? Or just find it yourself or something? Just curious, because I've never heard anyone talk about it until I found it. Because no one ever told me about it. I wish they did. But I think I did see a sponsored video or something. That's how I got it. Can you download your charts and stuff from Milanote? I don't know what you mean by download your charts. So, excuse me. What you can do... This is basically a browser. It runs like a browser. So you can use it, export it as a PDF, as an image, in Markdown, plain text, Word document. You can put tables into it. Obviously, I've just done that here. You can do basic formula with tables, as far as I understand. I don't know how you do that, but we saw it before. I just can't remember. But there is basic formula that you can kind of do in there if you wanted to make it calculate things for you. These are some of my older factories. That one's pretty messy. So yeah, I don't know what you would want to download. You can also just access it through a web browser if you just log in. So it's good that you can have it on multiple devices, I guess, that way. And then you can upload your own images to it, right? It's just local, so you're just uploading images to that. Although, actually, it might be to... I don't know. Thinking about it, it might be on a server because you can use a different device and it still has all the info. So, yeah, it must be online. And then, yeah, I do some of my Mandalords planning in there. I'm planning the new series in there. So, yeah. But I don't know much about it other than just doing a bit of Satisfactory work. And when I'm doing Manor Lords, at the moment, what I'm simply doing in it is... like part of the tutorial. I've only used it for just tutorial. I'm trying to judge the flow direction of tutorial, so it's like I have an arrow that kind of comes out here and just goes like whatever in a line somewhere, and then splintering off this, it's like when you build your first building, when you get your first thing, when you do your first whatever, like you can't do this until you've done that. So it's like I'm trying to build an arrow of time that can help me plan out when tutorials should trigger. After a certain point though, the arrow doesn't really make sense anymore, because then it becomes more... You can start to do things in almost any order. And it becomes more about the first time. It's like, oh, it's your first time putting this down. It's your first time doing this. Yeah, I just got confused. I was just making sure it's all good. We're all good. Flowcharts are amazing for planning. Yeah, probably need to use them more frequently and be a bit better. The browser can run off your Google credentials. Oh, right. Oh, from Trello to Milano? Oh, really? Yeah, I actually used to use Trello back in the day. Mostly for development reasons. People used it as a tracking tool. For bugs and stuff. But they had it online so they could get user feedback or something from people. And then people could see what the teams are working on. It's like, this is our Trello board, so you can see like what we're planning on doing next. I can't remember what game it was. Alright, looks good, man. So we just need to connect these together, and then I need on the 13th machine to raise or lower the merger. Basically the first one that is raised, just lower it down. That's a separate belt. They have Mark 4 belts. They need to be Mark 5. 487.5, so it's 7.5 more than a Mark 4 can hold, eventually. You could just do it for the last two, actually, and it'd be fine. But maybe I'll just do that. But this is Mark 5. It's the reverse direction, didn't have the updated belt. Alright. And then someone said that maybe it didn't have copper. So that one does. Does this? Well, that means they all do, right? Yeah, so that's okay. It's all good. I think. Just real quickly, want to make sure I got that correct. Yep, looks good. Hooked up. This just needs to come out further if we wanted to. At some point it's going to have to. Okay, and then we chop off these two. They're not needed. Oh man, alright. Alright, now we just have to hook up this side, and that'll be that. Trello was a great tool back when I was running my own commission painting business for miniatures. Oh, nice. People commission other people to paint for them? That's interesting. I would have thought that they... I mean, I guess that makes sense, but I always thought, like, the joy is in painting it yourself, I guess. But I would be awful at... I mean, I can only imagine how bad it would be. But I could see people who are just, like, enthusiastic. They want to play the game, maybe. And they want to have a good, professional-looking army. Yeah, never really considered that. That's cool. Hey, Muck. How's it going, man? My ADHD brain still needs all the help it can to get things organized and on track. Yeah, I'm struggling with that a lot. Trying to get better at... I mean, I say it all the time, but I really, really, really do want to be more disciplined. That's why I said, like, I was like, where's all my time going lately? And then I was like, oh, I just played 55 hours of Nier Automata in, like, 10 days. Maybe I should cut back on, like, personal game time a bit or something, you know? So I'm done with that game now, and I thought it was great. But I don't think I'm going to pick up anything else now for a while. Just take a break for a bit. And try to structure things a bit better. I want to get back to the gym. Haven't been in like a couple months. And then, yeah, just refocus on getting my series out. And just trying to be a bit more confident. It's not that I'm really not confident. I just feel like I have maybe a certain standard in my head that I think I should be hitting. And I feel like I'm not. So maybe I just need to be like, you know what? It's not going to be like totally perfect and great all the time. You can't go months without having a video. Let's just, you know, get something done. Oh yeah, so this just has to go down, yeah. No. So in the very same way we did this one. That's our outputs, this is our inputs. Bring it in from this side, I guess, to make it even. So I suppose the water will have to come in from a slightly different direction. Not too big of a deal. And then a similar thing down here. That'll be our water line there. And I don't know, do you want to bring it on the inside or outside? They're all on the... Yeah, I'll bring it on the inside here, I guess. Just, I don't know. It seems to be alternating on the other side, so be it. This is the copper that will be coming out of the train. And that's going to be rolling into here. I'll get to that in just a sec. Hey, you want me to show? Sorry, it's hard to hear you. So Rosie's done more art. It's our cat, Nix. Here we go. That is our cat. There she is. She's right up there. Prints for sale. Yeah. You can buy the NFT now. Oh, really? Oh, nice. Cool. Nice, more Rosie art. Yeah, indeed. Is that chalk? No, she just did a pencil, actually. It would be kind of cool to see her do charcoal or something. Reveal Rosie. You can come on camera whenever she wants. It's up to her. She's been on camera before. Reveal. This is just the way you said that. Reveal Rosie. Okay. Hey, shout out to Rosie. Hey, thank you, CM, for the super chat. I have to give that to her now, do I? Yeah, she only started doing art just recently, so it's really cool seeing how good she is at it, basically. We've been together a really long time, but never knew. Hidden talent. I think there. Neat. The belt will have to turn before it comes into this one. 1, 2. Oh no, this isn't. Actually, sorry, it's traveling under on purpose. Someone thought of that already. And the other water will be there. Yeah. You go all the way? Nope. Alright, that's pretty much hooked up. Manscaped ad was epic. Oh yeah, she's in the Manscaped ad video. Forgot about that. Yeah, you can see her right there. Oh no, I can't remember what video that was. It's gotten like a load of views, actually. It's got like 100,000 or something, I want to say. And I was like, Rosie, the first minute of that video has like, you know, that's when all the people would see you, so... Because you can make an argument if you were like 45 minutes in. It's like, ah, maybe not as many people got there. But it's like, for the most part, 100,000 people saw you in that. Got like a little talent agency thing going. This might be a bit more tricky now. Is that going to be the right height? No, it'd have to come down. There's no point in doing that anyway, because it comes out of there. So, yeah, we'll just go like this, whatever. Does that go to that one? No. Go to this one. Alright, cool. So there we go. There's the ore flowing out. Mark Ford out of its mind, going upstairs. It just needs now the water extractors. Actually, you know what? If I could just cut that. I cut the wrong one, didn't I? I'm gonna cut here and just cut there. The reason being, I'd rather they get their water first than their materials. They don't need their materials. I apologize, Caterium. I cut you off way quicker than I should have. The ore must flow. Yeah, it'll look real good once we just get the water hooked up. Get those 4 thick belts going. That was almost green in color. Okay, so back to my pipelines. We'll bring this down to about there. Mark 2 clean, please. Then we get a little wall. Go up to 2. Dejunction, as in anchor. Pipe, Mark 2. And that's it. We'll have to bring power down this way. So we'll need a series of these just right at their backs. That's fine. If I was being really picky, so there's a pipeline that needs to go there. I would be like, oh, I'm going to flip these over to the other side. Actually, we could just do that right now. I'm going to be picky. Oh, it doesn't, wait, hang on. Does it even make any difference? Because then we'll clear that. I can move these up slightly. Yeah, it does make a difference. Now, they all need to be set at whatever this is, 81.25%. Yeah, it is a Satisfactory video. Yeah, I forget which one too. That was her whole idea as well, doing that. Never heard back. I was always amazed I never heard back from them. I'm like, dude, I don't know what kind of viewership you expected, but that was pretty good. and the reception to it. But maybe not enough people clicked the actually did anything or bought anything. I don't know. I was like, really? You want to do a second ad or something? It was an agency though. It wasn't like the Manscaped people, and they might have only had 1 booking. So fair enough. But I was just surprised. I think you get more based on that. It was a pretty good one. And I like Manscaped. I still use it. I specifically like their deodorants. I think they're quite good. Or I just like the smell, basically. It's one of the best I've seen. Thanks. I don't know if they're supposed to be rotated or not. Don't care. Just hook these up now. Okay, almost done. So we're going to make a quick switcheroo. Weird. Let them turn on for a second. Finally made it. How's it going? It's going good. I'll be wrapping up soon though, unfortunately. Wish you could blueprint water extractors. They're so tedious. Yeah, I agree. Strange that you can't. I don't know why I can't just detect sea level and think it's like the plane where you can place things, but easier said than done, I guess. Everything takes time and effort. Might just not be a priority, you know? Right, so that was that line done. We've just swapped it over basically to make things a bit more symmetrical. Now we can do another one in the same place here. All right, set the rates. Yeah. Is it because... Okay, I think I know why. Oh, maybe not. I was trying to think, like, why does it close sometimes and other times... It might be because I move my mouse out of the text field. If I do that, and then I go here, enter. No, that worked. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it does it. Sometimes it just closes it before I'm ready. Alright, just 2 more of these to go. Beard hedger. I can't really grow much of a beard, but I am bald, so I do use the standard, whatever it's called, lawnmower, is it? Can't remember. I think it's a lawnmower from a head. It's a 2-meter foundation. Oh, really? You can't detect that one? I've never guessed you were bald. Oh, really? I'm super bald. Been bald since I was very young. I don't wear a hat because I'm bald. Not, well, kind of. Not really. I used to wear hats loads, even when I wasn't. I've always liked wearing them. But I do think, now being bald, that I look better with it on. But I kind of always thought that, so... one of those things. So mostly, I wear a hat all the time. Camera, no camera, just at home, whatever. Just always do. Sometimes not, though. I've streamed not with no hat and stuff before as well. No problem with it. All right. Oh my god, I didn't hook these up. That's not in the right place. It's supposed to be here. Lawnmower, yeah, we're talking about Manscaped. I think Manscaped, you know, they kind of have tongue-in-cheek names for all their products. What's their famous ones? Like something to do with balls. I can't remember. But yeah, one of their products is like called the Lawnmower 2.0, or I think they're on like the 4.0 now or something. It's basically just a razor, but it's turned into a Manscaped ad. I'm not sponsored now. But it's just a razor with like a light on it, and it is a good razor. You know, you can charge it electrically, and it's got different heads that you can put on it. And what else? Oh, and it's like got anti-cut technology, so it never breaks your skin. Like, that's the idea behind it anyway. And you're supposed to be... Manscaped are all about, like, you know, you want to groom your nether regions. It can be a little finicky for some. So they have, like, their whole thing is like, it's skin safe technology or whatever. It's like, doesn't matter if it's, and pardon for the language, your ball sack. But the idea is, like, even an area like that, it's like, it's totally fine to go over it with a razor, no nicks, you know? So they got one for down there. They have, like, nose hair trimmers and, like, ear hair and stuff. And then they've got, like, regular razors and a bunch of all different things. So I remember the ad I did do was, like, a sponsorship for... sort of like a bundle of things. They'll send you, like, what they call it, the shed, which is like it's just like a carry case for all this stuff. It is actually really nice quality, though, gotta say. And then they give you, like, the lawnmower thing and a few other things. You know, it's like all a big package together, basically, is the idea. That you can buy for, like, one price or something. And I think I had 20% off at the time, which is probably still active, actually, if you go to that video. I don't even know what video it was. I don't get any money from it or anything. Yeah, we were just talking about it because we're talking about Rosie. She's in that video. That video, weirdly, you know, coincidentally got like hundreds of thousands of views. So that's just why it came up. As a massively bearded man, their face products are the best I've used. Yeah, I really like their ball deodorant and their other deodorants as well. They just smell really nice, and their moisturizer and stuff. But you know, it's expensive, so I use it very sparingly. But it is nice. I think you can get them on like subscription and stuff. Is that it then? We fucked up that water. There's just one more to go now. One more water line over this way. Alright, this will be the final one. I got one of your streams. Interesting topic, by the way. Yeah, we were talking about Manscaped. But yeah, I gotta say the razor is actually pretty good. I'm trying to think if there's one better. I've never used one better anyway. I've used 3 different types, like a Philips one and I think it was Siemens. And I'm sticking with the one they actually sent me because I find it to be the best. That's a good sign. Alright, we're just doing the last few water extractors here. Last 4. And then that'll be it. And then tomorrow we're going to do all of the assemblers. Which will just blueprintish. I think, you know, hopefully it won't be too bad to do them. There's a lot of them. It's like 60 or something in total. Actually, it's even more than that. How many is it? It is... actually a lot. It's like 130 in total assemblers, so it's quite a lot to assemble. But, you know, with some careful planning and blueprints, it'll be done in no time. I'm curious to see how much power draw it all has, because it's like this place makes power, which is great. But is it just cancelled out then by what we make? Which, if that's the case, that's obviously fine, but I would have liked to have some extra. Saw the shapes video. Great stuff. Can't wait for more. Wish this game had the highlight copy paste feature too. Yeah, we were talking about that, like how good its quality of life features are. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be doing more. You know, it's not viewing that well. I haven't done a video in a while, so it's somewhat expected. But I really like the game, genuinely. I would gladly do more. I think maybe when it comes out of early access, maybe then I'll just see if I can bang out a little series or something. That'd be kind of fun. But I think the game is great. It really won me over. Like, I was skeptical at first. And I saw the reviews and I was like, okay, reviews are really good. Must have something going for it more than just... It can't just be a game I write off because it's like not as graphically detailed as something like this. And then you get into the game and it's like, actually graphically it's actually quite nice, especially compared to the first game. First game is literally just 2D notebook art, right? Kind of. And it's like, I gotta respect the guy. You know, I think he made the game on his own, the first one, and now he's got like a little team together and only a couple of years and he's made a sequel. It's like, that's exactly how I'd like to make anything. Start off, little something.io project, you know, itch.io project or something. People like it. He's got a unique idea, a unique spin on automation where you don't have recipes, you don't have like traditional power, or you can't fail, and you can't have a power failure or anything like that, and you can't waste your materials. Nothing costs anything to build. It's just like a straight up interesting, fun puzzle game. And then he finds success and he just goes straight away and makes it bigger and better. It makes it full 3D and hires some people. It's like, damn, yeah, you're doing everything right. I feel like it deserves it. Hey, Michael. Yeah, I'm looking forward to straight pipes as well. Yeah, totally. And sorry, I think if I recall your name correctly, that you messaged me on Discord. I've gotten so many messages lately on Discord, I've just kind of stopped replying to them. What I always tell people though is just go into my Discord and ask there, and I read that. and respond in there as well. They're not that frequently, but I am in there. Every now and then I'll respond to people who have, you know, they're trying to do something, but other people can help you as well. So if you ever get stuck in the game, try not to DM me directly, just because I get too many. Can't help everyone's projects or understand what everyone's doing all the time. And I don't mind anyone doing it, it's not a big deal. But I'm just saying, like, if you want a response, just go into the actual Discord. There's 2 other DMs that are waiting for a reply, actually, I've been meaning to get to. One of them is about someone added me on PlayStation. Don't do that. I don't play multiplayer on PlayStation, and I don't add people. I don't mind. Like, people can look at my profile and see my trophies and stuff, but I don't add people anywhere because I don't play online together with anyone. I'm learning so much today. I just kind of stopped shaving and used a pair of regular office scissors for my beard since I never really found one that worked. Well, yeah, I mean, if you've got a big enough beard, then you could obviously do that. But if you're cutting down to the skin, I feel like you'd need to shave, right? I would assume. There we go. We haven't hooked up awesome sinks for those yet. But that's us feeding all the copper up now. And the caterium. And they all have their water. So, my question would be, what's wrong with you? Oh, this is copper as well, isn't it? They're just going to be starting to fire on now. Not getting any water. Oh, whoops. Release the valves. There we go. Oh, you can't see it if I zoom in. But it's going. Right, so last thing I'll do is just throw these into some awesome sinks and we'll call it a day. We need 4. That's a good sign that caterium's making it all the way down to the end. There's our ingots. Alright, yep, 4 belts in total. God bless that increased concrete production. Helping quite a bit. Alright, to 4 awesome sinks, please, and then we will remove these. Oh, we need concrete for these. Back. And we're going to remove these, and we'll do all the assemblers tomorrow. And that will be our circuit boards and our AI limiters made. And then we're going to do what we can to get them into the electromagnetic control rods. So AI limiters plus stators. So we'll need to make a stator factory that can match this. Do you use these for nuclear power, right? You do, right? Guessing. So I guess it's good that we're going to be making so many of them, potentially. Because I assume they're needed. I don't know anything about nuclear, but that was the other reason to make a bunch of them. Yes, says Andy Myers. How the hell did that happen? How's that one? Oh, it's just further back. Even here, the symmetry matters. That was kind of a cool thing about that Flatoani game, not to talk about sponsors all the time, but I guess it's the only other content I've been doing lately. But the Flatoani game, it's the first city builder where I've ever seen it like judge your symmetry. Don't tell me these aren't hooked up or something. They just haven't gotten their ore yet. Oh, it's just a matter of making it down this way, right? Well, I think. Yeah, if that's the case, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure there's no other problem with it. It's a very long manifold, so I guess it makes sense. Just to make sure I added that up correct, it is 15 per minute, and there is 26. 15 times 26, I'm guessing 390. Good. So if you know it beforehand, then you know what you're doing. Somewhat. Alright, a pro tip for manifolds is using the lowest mark belt your machine input allows for. That way the belt speed will choke off the... yeah, exactly, yeah. Totally agree. That's why it was so good when I did the quartz crystal factory, and I'd actually underclocked the machines to be like 88% or something like that. Didn't really look at the numbers, and I hooked up Mark 1 belts all the way down. And then I checked it, and it was taking in exactly 60. So that was the first time I've ever recognized an instance where the manifold was... it didn't take any time to start up. It was just instant, because all it could take off the belt was 60, and all it needed was 60. It would never fill up. And I was like, damn, that's great. You didn't have to wait for the first machines at all. But it was done, and it was almost like I load balanced it. You know, it just all worked immediately. So that was cool. So thinking about that, it's like, oh, I might think in future, like, if you could... these take 15 per minute, for instance. Like, okay. It's almost like tempting to make a group that of 4 taking in a Mark 1 belt, and then they just get their 60, you know, and they wouldn't take any time to fill. But they kind of still would a little bit. You could almost, like, supplement your manifold with a load balancer halfway through. It's like it doesn't balance to every machine, but it balances to quarters, and that way, like, every quarter fills at the same time. Something like that, you know. Anyways, but yeah, that was a really good one. Yeah, kind of balanced manifold. But anyway, that should be now 13... what is it? 1950 ingots. That's where we are in the chain. So today we did all this. We've done all this. And we're here. That's actually all we did today, thinking about it. I built 84 refineries, or the equivalent of. Plus their water extractors, plus a train line to bring it all here. The other stuff has already been done. But next up is the assemblers. So basically this bit. Just that bit. We have the plastic, we have the fuel, all of that's good. I guess we also advanced the milestone. We got Mark 3 miners, we built a couple of them, so there is that too. But I do think this is a bit slow today. I always say this, but it does feel like, I'm like, after it's done, I'm like, this should have been done so much quicker. And then next time I'm like, yeah, okay, we can bang this out real quick. And inevitably something slows me down. I'm still happy though, you know, it's a lot of refineries, a lot of power draw. You can check our power now. But we're not up to full consumption just yet. 20,700. But once all the refineries get fully going, then we'll do the true value. Don't forget the oh yeah, we did do the generators today. Oh no, I forgot that. I actually totally forgot we did that. That's true. Okay, I feel a bit better now. We actually did all the generators. Yeah, that's a great point. The fuel was in place, but building the generators and laying it out wasn't. So yeah, that's great. Thank you for making me feel better. More productive. What was the reason here for leaving a big... oh, I didn't... yeah. It's because I built the pipes from that angle and that angle. I was going to say, why is there such a gap here? Kind of cool, though. You could have a central staircase or something. We did some checks as well to make sure everything was running here, and it did seem to be. So, and we haven't seen power drop or anything, so I assume everything is running at 100. Despite its balanced nature. I was going to say, like, there's definitely a word for it, but like the nature of it's reliant on so many other moving parts. If any one of the things in the chain break, then they break. So that's good to see it hasn't. You could choke the belts further or set values to splitters. That would be nice. Yeah, I was thinking setting the values to the splitters. So like you said, you could have 3 machines that, if these only take in 15 per minute, or the copper ones, these are copper ones, 15 per minute, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I suppose in the blueprint, I could have just had them in groups of 3. And then you're sort of feeding 3 at a time, gated by 160 per minute going in, but they're consuming 45. And you could load balance a group of 4. It'd be a bit awkward for space, but you could do that. Like you said, using splitters, mergers, and then maybe one that goes up and over the same layout. But yeah, it's certainly a better way to, or a more interesting way to think maybe in the future. I'm doing videos and stuff. It's like, okay, you could do a super long manifold. It works. Takes time, but we could really You can make it all run instantly if these were just taking 60 per minute. So that would be an interesting kind of thing to do. 390 divided by 60, 6.5. So the ones on the end might get them quicker, but other than that, they'd all fill up then at the same time. Yeah, people want that people ask for that with programmable splitters. I'm inclined to agree that something above a programmable splitter or the equivalent of one where you can enter in the value. It's like, I want to split 40 off that way, 30 off this way. It's like, we can do it with valves. Why couldn't we do it with belts? Seems like you're already there. All right, well, anyway, that's going to have to be it for today. It'll take a little bit more time for that last bit of copper ore to reach the very end. But we'll be here tomorrow to check that. And then we're going to build all our assemblers. And we've got 4 groups. So I'll have to work out like how they're going to go into the assemblers. I imagine there's four groups as well. Now we'll split the... We've only got 1 belt for the caterium ore ingots. So we'll just split that into 4. Like do a little splitting here. Which is obviously simple. Just to break it into 4 belts. And then we can feed the 4 groups the same way. That'll be the goal. And then we'll be well on our way to our... Well, this is the... Yeah, for the Quickwire. And then we have to do... Yeah, then we have to get the plastic from down there and then bring it up to bring the Quickwire into the AI limiters. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, look forward to it. Tomorrow. Should be good. I wonder if AI limiters are worth a decent amount in the tickets. Because we'll have a lot excess. We'll have like 100 that we don't need for a while. Just going into the bin. Alright, it's going to be it for me today. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, about 3:30 UK time. This is stream number 23. And how many hours are we in now? 138. Well on our way to the electromagnetic control rods. Just to get a bit of dread, what is that? Assembly director system, right? Wait, no, it's not. That's something else. That's that. We've already done that. That is propulsion something. There we go. So it needs modular engines. I make 3 per minute. It takes in 2.5. I'm okay with just doing 1 machine. And then 1 turbo motor. How many cooling systems do I make? I don't think I wrote that down. I think we make very little. Because I make heat sinks. Oh yeah, in order to make more, we need more alclad. So yeah, aluminum factory is what's after this place. But that might be what I need then to kind of carry me for at least the next 2 space elevator parts. It's 92,000 sync points per minute additional. Not as high as I thought. I feel like. Alright, anyway, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching and for hanging out with me. Hope you have a good day, good rest of your week and weekend if I don't see you. But I will be back tomorrow, same time. So, that's going to be it. And thanks for the kind words and thanks for the support. Appreciate it a lot, as we're very deep into these streams now. Alright, good night. Have a great evening. Or day, or whatever it is, wherever you are. Alright, see you later. Bye-bye. Oh yeah, credits. Bonk.